Part 3. The Wasp's Nest. Up on the roof. "Oh, you goddamn fucking son of a bitch!" Jack Torrance cried these words out in both surprise and agony, as he slapped his right hand against his blue chambray workshirt, dislodging the big, slow-moving wasp that had stung him. Then he was scrambling up the roof as fast as he could, looking back over his shoulder to see if the wasp's brothers and sisters were rising from the nest he had uncovered to do battle. If they were, it could be bad. The nest was between him and his ladder, and the trapdoor leading down into the attic was locked from the inside. The drop was 70 feet from the roof to the cement patio between the hotel and the lawn. The clear air above the nest was still and undisturbed. Jack whistled disgustedly between his teeth, sat straddling the peak of the roof, and examined his right index finger. It was swelling already, and he supposed he would have to try and creep past that nest to his ladder so he could go down and put some ice on it. It was October 20th. Wendy and Danny had gone down to Sidewinder in the hotel truck, an elderly, rattling Dodge that was still more trustworthy than the VW, which was now wheezing gravely and seemed terminal, to get 3 gallons of milk and do some Christmas shopping. It was early to shop, but there was no telling when the snow would come to stay. There had already been flurries, and in some places the road down from the Overlook was slick with patch ice. So far the fall had been almost preternaturally beautiful. In the 3 weeks they had been here, Golden Day had followed Golden Day. Crisp 30-degree mornings gave way to afternoon temperatures in the low 60s, the perfect temperature for climbing around on the Overlook's gently sloping western roof and doing the shingling. Jack had admitted freely to Wendy that he could have finished the job 4 days ago, but he felt no real urge to hurry. The view from up here was spectacular, even putting the vista from the presidential suite in the shade. More important, the work itself was soothing. On the roof, he felt himself healing from the troubled wounds of the last 3 years. On the roof, he felt at peace. Those 3 years began to seem like a turbulent nightmare. The shingles had been badly rotted, some of them blown entirely away by last winter's storms. He had ripped them all up, yelling, "Bombs away!" as he dropped them over the side, not wanting Danny to get hit in case he had wandered over. He had been pulling out bad flashing when the wasp had gotten him. The ironic part was that he warned himself each time he climbed onto the roof to keep an eye out for nests. He had gotten that bug bomb just in case. But this morning the stillness and peace had been so complete that his watchfulness had lapsed. He had been back in the world of the play he was slowly creating, roughing out whatever scene he would be working on that evening in his head. The play was going very well, and although Wendy had said little, he knew she was pleased. He had been roadblocked on the crucial scene between Denker, the sadistic headmaster, and Gary Benson, his young hero, during the last unhappy 6 months at Stovington, months when the craving for a drink had been so bad that he could barely concentrate on his in-class lectures, let alone his extracurricular literary ambitions. But in the last 12 evenings, as he actually sat down in front of the office model Underwood he had borrowed from the main office downstairs, the roadblock had disappeared under his fingers as magically as cotton candy dissolves on the lips. He had come up almost effortlessly with the insights into Denker's character that had always been lacking, and he had rewritten most of the second act accordingly, making it revolve around the new scene. And the progress of the third act, which he had been turning over in his mind when the wasp put an end to cogitation, was coming clearer all the time. He thought he could rough it out in 2 weeks, and have a clean copy of the whole damned play by New Year's. He had an agent in New York, a tough, red-headed woman named Phyllis Sandler who smoked Herbert Tareytons, drank Jim Beam from a paper cup, and thought the literary sun rose and set on Sean O'Casey. She had marketed 3 of Jack's short stories, including the Esquire piece. He had written her about the play, which was called The Little School, describing the basic conflict between Denker, a gifted student who had failed into becoming the brutal and brutalizing headmaster of a turn-of-the-century New England prep school, and Gary Benson, the student he sees as a younger version of himself. Phyllis had written back, expressing interest and admonishing him to read O'Casey before sitting down to it. She had written again earlier that year, asking where the hell was the play. He had written back wryly that the little school had been indefinitely, and perhaps infinitely, delayed between hand and page in that interesting intellectual Goby known as the writer's block. Now it looked as if she might actually get the play. Whether or not it was any good, or if it would ever see actual production, was another matter, and he didn't seem to care a great deal about those things. He felt in a way that the play itself, The whole thing was the roadblock, a colossal symbol of the bad years at Stovington Prep. The marriage he had almost totaled like a nutty kid behind the wheel of an old jalopy. The monstrous assault on his son. The incident in the parking lot with George Hatfield. An incident he could no longer view as just another sudden and destructive flare of temper. He now thought that part of his drinking problem had stemmed from an unconscious desire to be free of Stovington, and the security he felt was stifling whatever creative urge he had. He had stopped drinking, but the need to be free had been just as great. Hence George Hatfield. Now all that remained of those days was the play on the desk in his and Wendy's bedroom, and when it was done and sent off to Phyllis's hole-in-the-wall New York agency, he could turn to other things. Not a novel, he was not ready to stumble into the swamp of another 3-year undertaking, but surely more short stories. Perhaps a book of them. Moving warily, he scrambled back down the slope of the roof on his hands and knees past the line of demarcation, where the fresh green bird shingles gave way to the section of roof he had just finished clearing. He came to the edge on the left of the wasp's nest he had uncovered and moved gingerly toward it, ready to backtrack and bolt down his ladder to the ground if things looked too hot. He leaned over the section of pulled-out flashing and looked in. The nest was in there, tucked into the space between the old flashing and the final roof undercoating of 3x5s. It was a damn big one. The grayish paper ball looked to Jack as if it might be nearly 2 feet through the center. Its shape was not perfect because the space between the flashing and the boards was too narrow, but he thought the little buggers had still done a pretty respectable job. The surface of the nest was a crawl with the lumbering, slow-moving insects. They were the big, mean ones, not yellow jackets, which are smaller and calmer, but wall wasps. They had been rendered sludgy and stupid by the fall temperatures, but Jack, who knew about wasps from his childhood, counted himself lucky that he had been stung only once. And, he thought, if Ullman had hired the job done in the height of summer, the workmen who tore up that particular section of the flashing would have gotten one hell of a surprise. Yes, indeedy, when a dozen wall wasps land on you all at once and start stinging your face and hands and arms, stinging your legs right through your pants, it would be entirely possible to forget you were 70 feet up. You might just charge right off the edge of the roof while you were trying to get away from them, all from those little things. The biggest of them only half the length of a pencil stub. He had read someplace in a Sunday supplement piece or a back-of-the-book news magazine article that 7% of all automobile fatalities go unexplained. No mechanical failure, no excessive speed, no booze, no bad weather. Simply, one car crashes on deserted sections of road, one dead occupant, the driver, unable to explain what had happened to him. The article had included an interview with a state trooper who theorized that many of these so-called foo crashes resulted from insects in the car. Wasps, a bee, possibly even a spider or moth. The driver gets panicky, tries to swat it or unroll a window to let it out. Possibly the insect stings him. Maybe the driver just loses control. Either way, it's bang, all over. And the insect, usually completely unharmed, would buzz merrily out of the smoking wreck looking for greener pastures. The trooper had been in favor of having pathologists look for insect venom while autopsying such victims, Jack recalled. Now looking down into the nest, it seemed to him that it could serve as both a workable symbol for what he had been through and what he had dragged his hostages to fortune through, and an omen for a better future. How else could you explain the things that had happened to him? For he still felt that the whole range of unhappy Stovington experiences had to be looked at with Jack Torrance in the passive mode. He had not done things. Things had been done to him. He had known plenty of people on the Stovington faculty, 2 of them right in the English department, who were hard drinkers. Zach Tunney was in the habit of picking up a full keg of beer on Saturday afternoon, plonking it in a backyard snowbank overnight, and then killing damn near all of it on Sunday watching football games and old movies. Yet through the week Zach was as sober as a judge. A weak cocktail with lunch was an occasion. He and Al Shockley had been alcoholics. They had sought each other out like 2 cast-offs who were still social enough to prefer drowning together to doing it alone. The sea had been whole grain instead of salt, that was all. Looking down at the wasps as they slowly went about their instinctual business before winter closed down to kill all but their hibernating queen, he would go further. He was still an alcoholic, always would be, perhaps had been since sophomore class night in high school when he had taken his first drink. It had nothing to do with willpower or the morality of drinking or the weakness or strength of his own character. There was a broken switch somewhere inside or a circuit breaker that didn't work, and he had been propelled down the chute willy-nilly, slowly at first, then accelerating as Stovington applied its pressures on him. A big grease and slide, and at the bottom had been a shattered, ownerless bicycle and a son with a broken arm. Jack Torrance in the passive mode. And his temper, same thing. All his life he had been trying unsuccessfully to control it. He could remember himself at 7, spanked by a neighbor lady for playing with matches. He had gone out and hurled a rock at a passing car. His father had seen that, and he had descended on little Jackie, roaring. He had reddened Jack's behind, and then blacked his eye. And when his father had gone into the house, muttering to see what was on television, Jack had come upon a stray dog and had kicked it into the gutter. There had been 24 fights in grammar school, even more of them in high school, warranting 2 suspensions and uncounted detentions in spite of his good grades. Football had provided a partial safety valve, although he remembered perfectly well that he had spent almost every minute of every game in a state of high piss-off, taking every opposing block and tackle personally. He had been a fine player, making all-conference in his junior and senior years, and he knew perfectly well that he had his own bad temper to thank, or to blame. He had not enjoyed football. Every game was a grudge match. And yet through it all, he hadn't felt like a son of a bitch. He hadn't felt mean. He had always regarded himself as Jack Torrance, a really nice guy who was just going to have to learn how to cope with his temper someday before it got him in trouble. The same way he was going to have to learn how to cope with his drinking. But he had been an emotional alcoholic just as surely as he had been a physical one. The two of them were no doubt tied together somewhere deep inside him, where you'd just as soon not look. But it didn't much matter to him if the root causes were interrelated or separate, sociological or psychological or physiological. He had had to deal with the results, the spankings, the beatings from his old man, the suspensions, with trying to explain the school clothes torn in playground brawls, and later the hangovers, the slowly dissolving glue of his marriage, the single bicycle wheel with its bent spokes pointing into the sky, Danny's broken arm. And George Hatfield, of course. He felt that he had unwittingly stuck his hand into the great wasp's nest of life. As an image it stank. As a cameo of reality, he felt it was serviceable. He had stuck his hand through some rotted flashing in high summer, and that hand and his whole arm had been consumed in holy, righteous fire, destroying conscious thought, making the concept of civilized behavior obsolete. Could you be expected to behave as a thinking human being when your hand was being impaled on red-hot darning needles? Could you be expected to live in the love of your nearest and dearest when the brown, furious cloud rose out of the hole in the fabric of things? The fabric you thought was so innocent, and arrowed straight at you? Could you be held responsible for your own actions as you ran crazily about on the sloping roof 70 feet above the ground, not knowing where you were going, not remembering that your panicky, stumbling feet could lead you crashing and blundering right over the rain gutter and down to your death on the concrete 70 feet below? Jack didn't think you could. When you unwittingly stuck your hand into the wasp's nest, you hadn't made a covenant with the devil to give up your civilized self with its trappings of love and respect and honor. It just happened to you. Passively, with no say, you ceased to be a creature of the mind and became a creature of the nerve endings. From college-educated man to wailing ape in 5 easy seconds. He thought about George Hatfield. Tall and shaggily blonde, George had been an almost insolently beautiful boy. In his tight faded jeans and Stovington sweatshirt with the sleeves carelessly pushed up to the elbows to disclose his tanned forearms, he had reminded Jack of a young Robert Redford, and he doubted that George had much trouble scoring, no more than that young football-playing devil Jack Torrance had 10 years earlier. He could say that he honestly didn't feel jealous of George or envy him his good looks. In fact, he had almost unconsciously begun to visualize George as the physical incarnation of his play hero, Gary Benson, the perfect foil for the dark, slumped, and aging Denker, who grew to hate Gary so much. But he, Jack Torrance, had never felt that way about George. If he had, he would have known it. He was quite sure of that. George had floated through his classes at Stovington. A soccer and baseball star, his academic program had been fairly undemanding, and he had been content with C's and an occasional B in history or botany. He was a fierce field contender, but a lackadaisical. Amused sort of student in the classrooms, Jack was familiar with the type. more from his own days as a high school and college student than from his teaching experience, which was at second hand. George Hatfield was a jock. He could be a calm, undemanding figure in the classroom. But when the right set of competitive stimuli was applied, like electrodes to the temples of Frankenstein's monster, Jack thought wryly, he could become a juggernaut. In January, George had tried out with 24 others for the debate team. He had been quite frank with Jack. His father was a corporation lawyer, and he wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. George, who felt no burning call to do anything else, was willing. His grades were not top end, but this was, after all, only prep school, and it was still early times. If should be came to must be, his father could pull some strings. George's own athletic ability would open still other doors, but Brian Hatfield thought his son should get on the debate team. It was good practice, and it was something that law school admissions boards always looked for. So George went out for debate, and in late March, Jack cut him from the team. The late winter inter-squad debates had fired George Hatfield's competitive soul. He became a grimly determined debater, prepping his pro or con position fiercely. It didn't matter if the subject was legalization of marijuana, reinstating the death penalty, or the oil depletion allowance. George became conversant, and he was just jingoist enough to honestly not care which side he was on, a rare and valuable trait, even in high-level debaters, Jack knew. The souls of a true carpetbagger and a true debater were not far removed from each other. They were both passionately interested in the main chance. So far, so good. But George Hatfield stuttered. This was not a handicap that had even shown up in the classroom, where George was always cool and collected, whether he had done his homework or not, and certainly not on the Stovington playing fields, where talk was not a virtue, and they sometimes even threw you out of the game for too much discussion. When George got tightly wound up in a debate, the stutter would come out. The more eager he became, the worse it was. And when he felt he had an opponent dead in his sights, an intellectual sort of buck fever seemed to take place between his speech centers and his mouth, and he would freeze solid while the clock ran out. It was painful to watch. So I think we have to say that the facts in the key case Mr. D. Dorsky cites are rendered obsolete by the recent decision handed down in. The buzzer would go off, and George would whirl around to stare furiously at Jack, who sat beside it. George's face at those moments would be flushed, his notes crumpled spasmodically in one hand. Jack had held on to George long after he had cut most of the obvious flat tires, hoping George would work out. He remembered one late afternoon about a week before he had reluctantly dropped the axe. George had stayed after the others had filed out, and then had confronted Jack angrily. "You set the timer ahead." Jack looked up from the papers he was putting back into his briefcase. "George, what are you talking about?" "I didn't get my whole 5 minutes. You set it ahead. I was watching the clock. The clock and the timer may keep slightly different times, George, but I never touched the dial on the damn thing." Scout's honor. Yeah, you did." The belligerent "I'm sticking up for my rights" way George was looking at him had sparked Jack's own temper. He had been off the sauce for 2 months, 2 months too long, and he was ragged. He made one last effort to hold himself in. "I assure you I did not, George. It's your stutter." "Do you have any idea what causes it?" "You don't stutter in class." "I don't stutter." "Lower your voice. You won't want to get me. You don't want me on your goddamn team." "Lower your voice," I said. "Let's discuss this rationally." Fuck to that." "George, if you control your stutter, I'd be glad to have you. You're well prepped for every practice, and you're good at the background stuff, which means you're rarely surprised. But all that doesn't mean much if you can't control that." "I've never stuttered," he cried out. "It's you. If someone else had the debate team, I could..." Jack's temper slipped another notch. "George, you're never going to make much of a lawyer, corporation or otherwise, if you can't control that. Law isn't like soccer. 2 hours of practice every night won't cut it. What are you going to do, stand up in front of a board meeting and say, 'No, gentlemen, about this tort'?" He suddenly flushed, not with anger, but with shame at his own cruelty. This was not a man in front of him, but a 17-year-old boy who was facing the first major defeat of his life, and maybe asking in the only way he could for Jack to help him find a way to cope with it. George gave him a final, furious glance, his lips twisting and bucking as the words bottled up behind them struggled to find their way out. You said it ahead. You hate me, but because you know. No. With an articulate cry, he had rushed out of the classroom, slamming the door hard enough to make the wire-reinforced glass rattle in its frame. Jack had stood there, feeling, rather than hearing, the echo of George's Adidas in the empty hall. Still in the grip of his temper and his shame at mocking George's stutter, his first thought had been a sick sort of exultation. For the first time in his life, George Hatfield had wanted something he could not have. For the first time, there was something wrong that all of Daddy's money could not fix. You couldn't bribe a speech center. You couldn't offer a tongue an extra $50 a week and a bonus at Christmas if it would agree to stop flapping like a record needle in a defective groove. Then the exultation was simply buried in shame, and he felt the way he had after he had broken Danny's arm. Dear God, I am not a son of a bitch, please. That sick happiness at George's retreat was more typical of Denker in the play than of Jack Torrance the playwright. You hate me because you know. Because he knew what? What could he possibly know about George Hatfield that would make him hate him? That his whole future lay ahead of him? That he looked a little bit like Robert Redford and all conversation among the girls stopped when he did a double gainer from the pool diving board? That he played soccer and baseball with a natural, unlearned grace? Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. He envied George Hatfield nothing. If the truth was known, he felt worse about George's unfortunate stutter than George himself, because George really would have made an excellent debater. And if Jack had set the timer ahead, and of course he hadn't, it would have been because both he and the other members of the squad were embarrassed for George's struggle. They had agonized over it the way you agonize when the class night speaker forgets some of his lines. If he had set the timer ahead, it would have been just to put George out of his misery. But he hadn't set the timer ahead. He was quite sure of it. A week later he had cut him, and that time he had kept his temper. The shouts and the threats had all been on George's side. A week after that he had gone out to the parking lot halfway through practice to get a pile of source books that he had left in the trunk of the VW, and there had been George, down on one knee with his long blonde hair swinging in his face, a hunting knife in one hand. He was sawing through the VW's right front tire. The back tires were already shredded, and the bug sat on the Fiats like a small, tired dog. Jack had seen red, and remembered very little of the encounter that followed. He remembered a thick growl that seemed to issue from his own throat. All right, George. If that's how you want it, just come here and take your medicine. He remembered George looking up, startled and fearful. He had said, Mr. Torrance, as if to explain how all this was just a mistake. The tires had been flat when he got there, and he was just cleaning dirt out of the front treads with the tip of this gutting knife he just happened to have with him, and Jack had waded in, his fists held up in front of him, and it seemed that he had been grinning. But he wasn't sure of that. The last thing be remembered was George holding up the knife and saying, You better not come any closer. And the next thing was Miss Strong, the French teacher holding Jack's arms, crying, screaming, Stop it, Jack! Stop it! You're going to kill him! He had blinked around stupidly. There was the hunting knife, glittering harmlessly on the parking lot asphalt 4 yards away. There was his Volkswagen, his poor old battered bug, veteran of many wild midnight drunken rides, sitting on 3 Fiat shoes. There was a new dent in the right front fender he saw, and there was something in the middle of the dent that was either red paint or blood. For a moment he had been confused. His thoughts, Jesus Christ, how we hit him after all, of that other night. Then his eyes had shifted to George lying dazed and blinking on the asphalt. His debate group had come out, and they were huddled together by the door, staring at George. There was blood on his face from a scalp laceration that looked minor, but there was also blood running out of one of George's ears, and that probably meant a concussion. When George tried to get up, Jack shook free of Miss Strong and went to him. George cringed. Jack put his hands on George's chest and pushed him back down. Lie still, he said. Don't try to move. He turned to Miss Strong, who was staring at them both with horror. Please go call the school doctor, Miss Strong, he told her. She turned and fled toward the office. He looked at his debate class then, looked them right in the eye because he was in charge again, fully himself, and when he was himself, there wasn't a nicer guy in the whole state of Vermont. Surely they knew that. You can go home now, he told them quietly. We'll meet again tomorrow. But by the end of that week, 6 of his debaters had dropped out. 2 of them the class of the act. But of course it didn't matter much because he had been informed by then that he would be dropping out himself. Yet somehow he had stayed off the bottle, and he supposed that was something. And he had not hated George Hatfield. He was sure of that. He had not acted but had been acted upon. You hate me because you know. But he had known nothing. Nothing. He would swear that before the throne of Almighty God, just as he would swear that he had set the timer ahead no more than a minute. And not out of hate, but out of pity. 2 wasps were crawling sluggishly about on the roof beside the hole in the flashing. He watched them until they spread their aerodynamically unsound but strangely efficient wings and lumbered off into the October sunshine, perchance to sting someone else. God had seen fit to give them stingers, and Lack supposed they had to use them on somebody. How long had he been sitting there, looking at that hole with its unpleasant surprise down inside, raking over old coals? He looked at his watch. Almost half an hour. He let himself down to the edge of the roof, dropped one leg over, and felt around until his foot found the top rung of the ladder just below the overhang. He would go down to the equipment shed where he had stored the bug bomb on a high shelf out of Danny's reach. He would get it, come back up, and then they would be the ones surprised. You could be stung, but you could also sting back. He believed that sincerely. 2 hours from now, the nest would be just so much chewed paper, and Danny could have it in his room if he wanted to. Jack had had one in his room when he was just a kid. It had always smelled faintly of wood smoke and gasoline. He could have it right by the head of his bed. It wouldn't hurt him. I'm getting better. The sound of his own voice, confident in the silent afternoon, reassured him, even though he hadn't meant to speak aloud. He was getting better. It was possible to graduate from passive to active, to take the thing that had once driven you nearly to madness as a neutral prize of no more than occasional academic interest. And if there was a place where the thing could be done, this was surely it. He went down the ladder to get the bug bomb. They would pay. They would pay for stinging him. Down in the front yard, Jack had found a huge white-painted wicker chair in the back of the equipment shed 2 weeks ago, and had dragged it around to the porch over Wendy's objections that it was really the ugliest thing she had ever seen in her whole life. He was sitting in it now, amusing himself with a copy of E.L. Doctorow's Welcome to Hard Times when his wife and son rattled up the driveway in the hotel truck. Wendy parked it in the turnaround, raced the engine sportily, and then turned it off. The truck's single taillight died. The engine rumbled grumpily with post-ignition and finally stopped. Jack got out of his chair and ambled down to meet them. "Hi, Dad," Danny called and raced up the hill. He had a box in one hand. "Look what Mommy bought me." Jack picked his son up, swung him around twice, and kissed him heartily on the mouth. Jack Torrance, the Eugene O'Neill of his generation, the American Shakespeare. Wendy said, smiling, "Fancy meeting you here, so far up in the mountains." "The common ruck became too much for me, dear lady," he said, and slipped his arms around her. They kissed. "How was your trip?" "Very good. Danny complains that I keep jerking him, but I didn't stall the truck once, and—" "Oh, Jack, you finished it." She was looking at the roof, and Danny followed her gaze. A faint frown touched his face as he looked at the wide swatch of fresh shingles atop the Overlook's west wing, a lighter green than the rest of the roof. Then he looked down at the box in his hand, and his face cleared again. At night, the pictures Tony had showed him came back to haunt in all their original clarity, but in sunny daylight they were easier to disregard. "Look, Daddy, look." Jack took the box from his son. It was a model car, one of the Big Daddy Roth caricatures that Danny had expressed an admiration for in the past. This one was the violent violet Volkswagen, and the picture on the box showed a huge purple VW with long '59 Cadillac Coupe de Ville taillights burning up a dirt track. The VW had a sunroof, and poking up through it, clawed hands on the wheel down below, was a gigantic warty monster with popping bloodshot eyes, a maniacal grin, and a gigantic English racing cap turned around backward. Wendy was smiling at him, and Jack winked at her. "That's what I like about you, Doc," Jack said, handing the box back. "Your taste runs to the quiet, the sober, the introspective. You are definitely the child of my loins. Mommy said you'd help me put it together as soon as I could read all of the first Dick and Jane. That ought to be by the end of the week," Jack said. "What else have you got in that fine-looking truck, ma'am?" She grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "No peeking. Some of that stuff is for you. Danny and I will take it in. You can get the milk." "It's on the floor of the cab. That's all I am to you," Jack cried, clapping a hand to his forehead. "Just a dray horse, a common beast of the field. Dray here, dray there, dray everywhere. Just dray that milk right into the kitchen, mister." It's too much, he cried and threw himself on the ground while Danny stood over him and giggled. Get up, you ox, Wendy said, and prodded him with the toe of her sneaker. See, he said to Danny, she called me an ox. You're a witness. Witness, witness! Danny concurred gleefully, and Broad jumped his prone father. Jack sat up. That reminds me, Chumley, I've got something for you too, on the porch by my ashtray. What is it? Forgot. Go and see. Jack got up and the two of them stood together, watching Danny charge up the lawn and then take the steps to the porch 2 by 2. He put an arm around Wendy's waist. You happy, babe? She looked up at him solemnly. This is the happiest I've been since we were married. Is that the truth? God's honest. He squeezed her tightly. I love you. She squeezed him back, touched. Those had never been cheap words with John Torrance. She could count the number of times he had said them to her, both before and after marriage, on both her hands. I love you too. Mommy, Mommy. Danny was on the porch now, shrill and excited. Come and see. Wow, it's neat. What is it? Wendy asked him as they walked up from the parking lot, hand in hand. Forgot, Jack said. Oh, you'll get yours, she said, and elbowed him. See if you don't. I was hoping I'd get it tonight, he remarked, and she laughed. A moment later, he asked, Is Danny happy, do you think? You ought to know. You're the one who has a long talk with him every night before bed. That's usually about what he wants to be when he grows up, or if Santa Claus is really real. That's getting to be a big thing with him. I think his old buddy Scott let some pennies drop on that one. No, he hasn't said much of anything about the Overlook to me. Me either, she said. They were climbing the porch steps now. But he's very quiet a lot of the time. And I think he's lost weight, Jack, I really do. He's just getting tall. Danny's back was to them. He was examining something on the table by Jack's chair, but Wendy couldn't see what it was. He's not eating as well either. He used to be the original steam shovel. Remember last year? They taper off, he said vaguely. I think I read that in Spock. He'll be using 2 forks again by the time he's 7. They had stopped on the top step. He's pushing awfully hard on those readers too, she said. I know he wants to learn how to please us. To please you, she added reluctantly. To please himself most of all, Jack said. I haven't been pushing him on that at all. In fact, I do wish he wouldn't go quite so hard. Would you think I was foolish if I made an appointment for him to have a physical? There's a GP in Sidewinder, a young man from what the checker in the market said. You're a little nervous about the snow coming, aren't you? She shrugged. I suppose. If you think it's foolish, I don't. In fact, you can make appointments for all 3 of us. We'll get our clean bills of health and then we can sleep easy at night. I'll make the appointments this afternoon, she said. Mom, look, Mommy. He came running to her with a large gray thing in his hands, and for one comic, horrible moment, Wendy thought it was a brain. She saw what it really was and recoiled instinctively. Jack put an arm around her. It's all right. The tenants who didn't fly away have been shaken out. I used the bug bomb. She looked at the large wasp's nest her son was holding, but would not touch it. Are you sure it's safe? Positive. I had one in my room when I was a kid. My dad gave it to me. Want to put it in your room, Danny? Yeah, right now. He turned around and raced through the double doors. They could hear his muffled running feet on the main stairs. There were wasps up there, she said. Did you get stung? Where's my purple heart? He asked and displayed his finger. The swelling had already begun to go down, but she oohed over it satisfyingly and gave it a small, gentle kiss. Did you pull the stinger out? Wasps don't leave them in. That's bees. They have barbed stingers. Wasp stingers are smooth. That's what makes them so dangerous. They can sting again and again. Jack, are you sure that's safe for him to have? I followed the directions on the bomb. The stuff is guaranteed to kill every single bug in 2 hours' time and then dissipate with no residue. I hate them, she said. What, wasps? Anything that stings, she said. Her hands went to her elbows and cupped them, her arms crossed over her breasts. I do too, he said and hugged her. Danny, down the hall, in the bedroom. Wendy could hear the typewriter Jack had carried up from downstairs burst into life for 30 seconds, fall silent for a minute or two, and then rattle briefly again. It was like listening to machine gunfire from an isolated pillbox. The sound was music to her ears. Jack had not been writing so steadily since the 2nd year of their marriage, when he wrote the story that Esquire had purchased. He said he thought the play would be done by the end of the year, for better or worse, and he would be moving on to something new. He said he didn't care if the little school stirred any excitement when Phyllis showed it around, didn't care if it sank without a trace, and Wendy believed that too. The actual act of his writing made her immensely hopeful, not because she expected great things from the play, but because her husband seemed to be slowly closing a huge door on a room full of monsters. He had had his shoulder to that door for a long time now, but at last it was swinging shut. Every key typed closed it a little more. "Look, Dick, look." Danny was hunched over the first of the 5 battered primers Jack had dug up by culling mercilessly through Boulder's myriad second-hand bookshops. They would take Danny right up to the second-grade reading level, a program she had told Jack she thought was much too ambitious. Their son was intelligent, they knew that, but it would be a mistake to push him too far too fast. Jack had agreed. There would be no pushing involved. But if the kid caught on fast, they would be prepared. And now she wondered if Jack hadn't been right about that too. Danny, prepared by 4 years of Sesame Street and 3 years of Electric Company, seemed to be catching on with almost scary speed. It bothered her. He hunched over the innocuous little books, his crystal radio and balsa glider on the shelf above him, as though his life depended on learning to read. His small face was more tense and paler than she liked in the close and cozy glow of the goosenecked lamp they had put in his room. He was taking it very seriously, both the reading and the workbook pages his father made up for him every afternoon. Picture of an apple and a peach. The word apple written beneath in Jack's large, neatly made printing. Circle the right picture, the one that went with the word. And their son would stare from the word to the pictures, his lips moving, sounding out, actually sweating it out. And with his double-sized red pencil curled into his pudgy right fist, he could now write about 3 dozen words on his own. His finger traced slowly under the words in the reader. Above them was a picture Wendy half remembered from her own grammar school days, 19 years before. A laughing boy with brown curly hair. A girl in a short dress, her hair in blonde ringlets, one hand holding a jump rope. A prancing dog running after a large red rubber ball. The first-grade trinity, Dick, Jane, and Jip. "See Jip run," Danny read slowly.
"Run, Jip, run!"
"Run, run, run." He paused, dropping his finger down a line. "See the—" He bent closer, his nose almost touching the page now. "See the—" "Not so close, Doc," Wendy said quietly. "You'll hurt your eyes."
"Don't tell me!"
he said, sitting up with a jerk. His voice was alarmed.
"Don't tell me, Mommy, I can get it."
"All right, honey," she said. "But it's not a big thing. Really, it's not." Unheeding, Danny bent forward again. On his face was an expression that might be more commonly seen hovering over a graduate record exam in a college gym somewhere. She liked it less and less. "See the B-O-L-L, see the B-O-L-L, see the B-O-L, ball." Suddenly triumphant, fierce. The fierceness in his voice scared her. "See the ball." "That's right," she said. "Honey, I think that's enough for tonight. A couple more pages, Mommy?" "Please?" "No, Doc." She closed the red-bound book firmly. "It's bedtime. Please. Don't tease me about it, Danny. Mommy's tired." "Okay." But he looked longingly at the primer. "Go kiss your father and then wash up. Don't forget to brush." "Yeah." He slouched out, a small boy in pajama bottoms with feet and a large flannel top with a football on the front and New England Patriots written on the back. Jack's typewriter stopped, and she heard Danny's hearty smack. "Night, Daddy." "Good night, Doc." "How'd you do?" "Okay, I guess." "Mommy made me stop. Mommy was right." "It's past 8:30. Going to the bathroom?" "Yeah." "Good. There's potatoes growing out of your ears? And onions and carrots and chives and—" Danny's giggle, fading, then cut off by the firm click of the bathroom door. He was private about his bathroom functions, while both she and Jack were pretty much catch as catch can. Another sign, and they were multiplying all the time, that there was another human being in the place, not just a carbon copy of one of them or a combination of both. It made her a little sad. Someday her child would be a stranger to her, and she would be strange to him, but not as strange as her own mother had become to her. Please don't let it be that way, God. Let him grow up and still love his mother. Jack's typewriter began its irregular bursts again. Still sitting in the chair beside Danny's reading table, she let her eyes wander around her son's room. The glider's wing had been neatly mended. His desk was piled high with picture books, coloring books, old Spider-Man comic books with the covers half torn off, Crayolas, and an untidy pile of Lincoln logs. The VW model was neatly placed above these lesser things, its shrink wrap still undisturbed. He and his father would be putting it together tomorrow night or the night after if Danny went on at this rate, and never mind the end of the week. His pictures of Pooh and Eeyore and Christopher Robin were tacked neatly to the wall, soon enough to be replaced with pin-ups and photographs of dope-smoking rock singers, she supposed. Innocence to experience. Human nature, baby. Grab it and growl. Still, it made her sad. Next year he would be in school and she would lose at least half of him, maybe more, to his friends. She and Jack had tried to have another one for a while when things had seemed to be going well at Stovington, but she was on the pill again now. Things were too uncertain. God knew where they would be in 9 months. Her eyes fell on the wasp's nest. It held the ultimate high place in Danny's room, resting on a large plastic plate on the table by his bed. She didn't like it even if it was empty. She wondered vaguely if it might have germs, thought to ask Jack, then decided he would laugh at her. But she would ask the doctor tomorrow if she could catch him with Jack out of the room. She didn't like the idea of that thing, constructed from the chewings and saliva of so many alien creatures, lying within a foot of her sleeping son's head. The water in the bathroom was still running, and she got up and went into the big bedroom to make sure everything was okay. Jack didn't look up. He was lost in the world he was making, staring at the typewriter, a filter cigarette clamped in his teeth. She knocked lightly on the closed bathroom room. "You okay, Doc?"
You awake?
No answer.
Danny?
No answer. She tried the door. It was locked. Danny? She was worried now. The lack of any sound beneath the steadily running water made her uneasy. "Danny, open the door, honey." No answer.
Danny!
"Jesus Christ, Wendy, I can't think if you're going to pound on the door all night. Danny's locked himself in the bathroom and he doesn't answer me." Jack came around the desk looking put out. He knocked on the door once, hard.
Open up, Danny, no games.
No answer. Jack knocked harder. "Stop fooling, Doc. Bedtime's bedtime. Spanking if you don't open up." He's losing his temper, she thought, and was more afraid. He had not touched Danny in anger since that evening 2 years ago, but at this moment he sounded angry enough to do it. "Danny, honey," she began. No answer, only running water. "Danny, if you make me break this lock, I can guarantee you'll spend the night sleeping on your belly," Jack warned. Nothing. "Break it," she said, and suddenly it was hard to talk. "Quick." He raised one foot and brought it down hard against the door to the right of the knob. The lock was a poor thing. It gave immediately and the door shuddered open, banging the tiled bathroom wall and rebounding halfway.
Danny!
She screamed. The water was running full force in the basin. Beside it, a tube of Crest with the cap off. Danny was sitting on the rim of the bathtub across the room, his toothbrush clasped limply in his left hand, a thin foam of toothpaste around his mouth. He was staring, trance-like, into the mirror on the front of the medicine cabinet above the wash basin. The expression on his face was one of drugged horror, and her first thought was that he was having some sort of epileptic seizure, that he might have swallowed his tongue.
Danny!
Danny didn't answer. Guttural sounds came from his throat. Then she was pushed aside so hard that she crashed into the towel rack, and Jack was kneeling in front of the boy. "Danny," he said. "Danny, Danny." He snapped his fingers in front of Danny's blank eyes. "Sure," Danny said. "Tournament play, stroke, nerve." "Danny, Roque?" Danny said, his voice suddenly deep, almost manlike. "Roque, stroke, the Roque mallet. Has 2 sides. Gah. Oh, Jack, my God, what's wrong with him?" Jack grabbed the boy's elbows and shook him hard. Danny's head rolled limply backward and then snapped forward like a balloon on a stick. "Roque, stroke, red rum." Jack shook him again and Danny's eyes suddenly cleared. His toothbrush fell out of his hand and onto the tiled floor with a small click. "What?" he asked, looking around. He saw his father kneeling before him, Wendy standing by the wall. "What?" Danny asked again with rising alarm. What's Don't stutter," Jack suddenly screamed into his face. Danny cried out in shock, his body going tense, trying to draw away from his father, and then he collapsed into tears. Stricken, Jack pulled him close. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, Doc. Please don't cry." "I'm sorry. Everything's okay." The water ran ceaselessly in the basin, and Wendy felt that she had suddenly stepped into some grinding nightmare where time ran backward, backward to the time when her drunken husband had broken her son's arm and had then muled over him in almost the exact same words. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doc, please. So sorry." She ran to them both, pried Danny out of Jack's arms somehow. She saw the look of angry reproach on his face, but filed it away for later consideration and lifted him up. She walked him back into the small bedroom, Danny's arms clasped around her neck, Jack trailing them. She sat down on Danny's bed and rocked him back and forth, soothing him with nonsensical words repeated over and over. She looked up at Jack, and there was only worry in his eyes now. He raised questioning eyebrows at her. She shook her head faintly. "Danny," she said. "Danny, Danny, Danny. It's okay, Doc. It's fine." At last Danny was quiet, only faintly trembling in her arms. Yet it was Jack he spoke to first, Jack who was now sitting beside them on the bed, and she felt the old faint pang. It's him first, and it's always been him first, of jealousy. Jack had shouted at him, she had comforted him, yet it was to his father that Danny said, "I'm sorry if I was bad." "Nothing to be sorry for, Doc." Jack ruffled his hair. "What the hell happened in there?" Danny shook his head slowly, dazedly. I don't know." "Why did you tell me to stop stuttering, Daddy?" "I don't stutter." "Of course not," Jack said heartily, but Wendy felt a cold finger touch her heart. Jack suddenly looked scared, as if he'd seen something that might just have been a ghost. "Something about the timer," Danny muttered. "What?" Jack was leaning forward and Danny flinched in her arms. "Jack, you're scaring him," she said, and her voice was high, accusatory. It suddenly came to her that they were all scared. But of what? I don't know," Danny was saying to his father. What did I say, Daddy?" "Nothing," Jack muttered. He took his handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his mouth with it. Wendy had a moment of that sickening time-is-running backward feeling again. It was a gesture she remembered well from his drinking days. "Why did you lock the door, Danny?" she asked gently. "Why did you do that?" "Tony," he said. "Tony told me to." They exchanged a glance over the top of his head. "Did Tony say why, son?" Jack asked quietly. "I was brushing my teeth and I was thinking about my reading," Danny said. "Thinking real barred, and I saw Tony way down in the mirror. He said he had to show me again." "You mean he was behind you?" Wendy asked. "No, he was in the mirror." Danny was very emphatic on this point. "Way down deep. And then I went through the mirror. The next thing I remember, Daddy was shaking me and I thought I was being bad again." Jack winced as if struck. "No, Doc," he said quietly. "Tony told you to lock the door?" Wendy asked, brushing his hair. "Yes. And what did he want to show you?" Danny tensed in her arms. It was as if the muscles in his body had turned into something like piano wire. "I don't remember," he said, distraught. "I don't remember." "Don't ask me. I don't remember nothing." "Shh," Wendy said, alarmed. She began to rock him again. "It's all right if you don't remember, Bon." "Sure it is." At last, Danny began to relax again.
"Do you want me to stay a little while?"
"Read you a story?" "No, just the nightlight." He looked shyly at his father. "Would you stay, Daddy? For a minute?" "Sure, Doc," Wendy sighed. "I'll be in the living room, Jack." "Okay." She got up and watched as Danny slid under the covers. He seemed very small. "Are you sure you're okay, Danny?" "I'm okay. Just plug in Snoopy, Mom." "Sure." She plugged in the nightlight, which showed Snoopy lying fast asleep on top of his doghouse. He had never wanted a nightlight until they moved into the Overlook, and then he had specifically requested one. She turned off the lamp and the overhead and looked back at them, the small white circle of Danny's face, and Jack's above it. She hesitated a moment, and then I went through the mirror, and then left them quietly. "You sleepy?" Jack asked, brushing Danny's hair off his forehead. "Yeah. Want a drink of water?" "No." There was silence for 5 minutes. Danny was still beneath his hand. Thinking the boy had dropped off, he was about to get up and leave quietly when Danny said from the brink of sleep, "Okay." Jack turned back, all zero at the bone. "Danny, you'd never hurt Mommy, would you, Daddy?" "No." "Or me?" "No." Silence again, spinning out. "Daddy?" "What?" "Tony came and told me about Roque." "Did he, Doc?" "What did he say?" "I don't remember much, except he said it was an innings. Like baseball. Isn't that funny?" "Yes." Jack's heart was thudding dully in his chest. How could the boy possibly know a thing like that? Roque was played by innings, not like baseball, but like cricket. "Daddy?" He was almost asleep now. What? What's red drum? Red drum. Sounds like something an Indian might take on the warpath. Silence. Hey, Doc? But Danny was asleep, breathing in long, slow strokes. Jack sat looking down at him for a moment, and a rush of love pushed through him like tidal water. Why had he yelled at the boy like that? It was perfectly normal for him to stutter a little. He had been coming out of a daze or some weird kind of trance, and stuttering was perfectly normal under those circumstances. Perfectly. And he hadn't said timer at all. It had been something else. Nonsense. Gibberish. How had he known Roque was played in innings? Had someone told him? Ullman? Halloran? He looked down at his hands. They were made into tight, clenched fists of tension. God, how I need a drink. And the nails were digging into his palms like tiny brands. Slowly he forced them to open. I love you, Danny, he whispered. God knows I do. He left the room. He had lost his temper again, only a little, but enough to make him feel sick and afraid. A drink would blunt that feeling, oh yes. It would blunt that, something about the timer, and everything else. There was no mistake about those words at all, none. Each had come out clear as a bell. He paused in the hallway, looking back, and automatically wiped his lips with his handkerchief. Their shapes were only dark silhouettes in the glow of the night light. Wendy, wearing only panties, went to his bed and tucked him in again. He had kicked the covers back. Jack stood in the doorway, watching as she put her inner wrist against his forehead. Is he feverish? No. She kissed his cheek. Thank God you made that appointment, he said as she came back to the doorway. You think that guy knows his stuff? The checker said he was very good. That's all I know. If there's something wrong, I'm going to send you and him to your mother's. Wendy? No, I know, he said, putting an arm around her. How you feel? You don't know how I feel at all about her. Wendy, there's no place else I can send you. You know that. If you came, without this job we're done, he said simply. You know that. Her silhouette nodded slowly. She knew it. When I had that interview with Ullman, I thought he was just blowing off his bazoo. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe I really shouldn't have tried this with you two along. 40 miles from nowhere. I love you, she said. And Danny loves you even more, if that's possible. He would have been heartbroken, Jack. He will be if you send us away. Don't make it sound that way. If the doctor says there's something wrong, I'll look for a job in Sidewinder, she said. If I can't get one in Sidewinder, Danny and I will go to Boulder. I can't go to my mother, Jack. Not on those terms. Don't ask me. I just can't. I guess I know that. Cheer up. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe. The appointment's at 2? Yes. Let's leave the bedroom door open, Wendy. I want to, but I think he'll sleep through now. But he didn't. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. He fled the heavy, crashing, echoing sounds through twisting, maze-like corridors, his bare feet whispering over a deep pile jungle of blue and black. Each time he heard the Roque mallet smash into the wall somewhere behind him, he wanted to scream aloud. But he mustn't. He mustn't. A scream would give him away, and then Redrum, come out here and take your medicine, you fucking crybaby. Oh, and he could hear the owner of that voice coming for him, charging up the hall like a tiger in an alien blue-black jungle. A man-eater. Come out here, you little son of a bitch. If he could get to the stairs going down, if he could get off this 3rd floor, he might be all right. Even the elevator. If he could remember what had been forgotten. But it was dark, and in his terror he had lost his orientation. He had turned down one corridor and then another, his heart leaping into his mouth like a hot lump of ice, fearing that each turn would bring him face to face with the human tiger in these halls. The booming was right behind him now, the awful horse shouting. The whistle the head of the mallet made cutting through the air. Roque. Stroke. Roque. Stroke. Redrum, before it crashed into the wall. The soft whisper of feet on the jungle carpet. Panic squirting in his mouth like bitter juice. You will remember what was forgotten. But would he? What was it? He fled around another corner and saw with creeping utter horror that he was in a cul-de-sac. Locked doors frowned down at him from 3 sides. The West Wing? He was in the West Wing, and outside he could hear the storm whooping and screaming, seeming to choke on its own dark throat filled with snow. He backed up against the wall, weeping with terror now, his heart racing like the heart of a rabbit caught in a snare. When his back was against the light blue silk wallpaper with the embossed pattern of wavy lines, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the carpet, hands splayed on the jungle of woven vines and creepers, the breath whistling in and out of his throat, louder, louder. There was a tiger in the hall, and now the tiger was just around the corner, still crying out in that shrill and petulant and lunatic rage, the roquet mallet slamming, because this tiger walked on two legs and it was... He woke with a sudden indrawn gasp. Sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide and staring into the darkness, hands crossed in front of his face. Something on one hand, crawling, wasps, 3 of them. They stung him then, seeming to needle all at once. And that was when all the images broke apart and fell on him in a dark flood, and he began to shriek into the dark, the wasps clinging to his left hand, stinging again and again. The lights went on, and Daddy was standing there in his shorts, his eyes glaring. Mommy behind him, sleepy and scared.
Get the mommy!
Danny screamed. "Oh my God," Jack said. He saw. "Jack, what's wrong with him?" "What's wrong?" He didn't answer her. He ran to the bed, scooped up Danny's pillow, and slapped Danny's thrashing left hand with it. Again, again. Wendy saw lumbering, insectile forms rise into the air, droning.
Get a magazine,
he yelled over his shoulder.
Kill them!
"Wasps," she said, and for a moment she was inside herself, almost detached in her realization. Then her mind cross-patched, and knowledge was connected to emotion.
Wasps, oh Jesus, Jack, you said, shut the fuck up and kill them!
He roared. "Will you do what I say?" One of them had landed on Danny's reading desk. She took a coloring book off his work table and slammed it down on the wasp. It left a viscous brown smear. "There's another one on the curtain," he said, and ran out past her with Danny in his arms. He took the boy into their bedroom and put him on Wendy's side of the makeshift double. "Lie right there, Danny. Don't come back until I tell you. Understand?" His face puffed and streaked with tears. Danny nodded. "That's my brave boy." Jack ran back down the hall to the stairs. Behind him he heard the coloring book slap twice, and then his wife screamed in pain. He didn't slow, but went down the stairs 2 by 2 into the darkened lobby. He went through Ullman's office into the kitchen, slamming the heavy part of his thigh into the corner of Ullman's oak desk, barely feeling it. He slapped on the kitchen overheads and crossed to the sink. The washed dishes from supper were still heaped up in the drainer, where Wendy had left them to drip dry. He snatched the big Pyrex bowl off the top. A dish fell to the floor and exploded. Ignoring it, he turned and ran back through the office and up the stairs. Wendy was standing outside Danny's door, breathing hard. Her face was the color of table linen. Her eyes were shiny and flat. Her hair hung damply against her neck. "I got all of them," she said dully. "But one stung me."
Jack, you said they were all dead.
She began to cry. He slipped past her without answering and carried the Pyrex bowl over to the nest by Danny's bed. It was still. Nothing there. On the outside, anyway. He slammed the bowl down over the nest. "There," he said. "Come on." They went back into their bedroom. "Where did it get you?" he asked her. On my wrist. Let's see." She showed it to him. Just above the bracelet of lines between wrist and palm, there was a small circular hole. The flesh around it was puffing up. "Are you allergic to stings?" he asked. "Think hard." "If you are, Danny might be. The fucking little bastard's got him 5 or 6 times. "No," she said more calmly. I just hate them, that's all." "Hate them?" Danny was sitting on the foot of the bed, holding his left hand and looking at them. His eyes, circled with the white of shock, looked at Jack reproachfully.
"Daddy, you said you killed them all. My hand."
"It really hurts. Let's see it, though." "No, I'm not going to touch it. That would make it hurt even more. Just hold it out." He did, and Wendy moaned. "Oh, Danny. Oh, your poor hand." Later the doctor would count 11 separate stings. Now all they saw was a dotting of small holes, as if his palm and fingers had been sprinkled with grains of red pepper. The swelling was bad. His hand had begun to look like one of those cartoon images where Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck had just slammed himself with a hammer. "Wendy, go get that spray stuff in the bathroom," he said. She went after it, and he sat down next to Danny and slipped an arm around his shoulders. "After we spray your hand, I want to take some Polaroids of it, Doc." "Then you sleep the rest of the night with us, Tay?" "Sure," Danny said. "But why are you going to take pictures?" "So maybe we can sue the ass out of some people." Wendy came back with a spray tube in the shape of a chemical fire extinguisher. "This won't hurt, honey," she said, taking off the cap. Danny held out his hand and she sprayed both sides until it gleamed. He let out a long, shuddery sigh. "Does it smart?" she asked. "No, feels better. Now these. Crunch them up." She held out 5 orange-flavored baby aspirin. Danny took them and popped them into his mouth one by one. "Isn't that a lot of aspirin?" Jack asked. "It's a lot of stings," she snapped at him angrily. "You go and get rid of that nest, John Torrance. Right now. Just a minute." He went to the dresser and took his Polaroid square shooter out of the top drawer. He rummaged deeper and found some flash cubes. "Jack, what are you doing?" she asked a little hysterically. "He's going to take some pictures of my hand," Danny said gravely. "And then we're going to sue the ass out of some people." "Right, Dad?" "Right," Jack said grimly. He had found the flash attachment, and he jabbed it onto the camera. "Hold it out, son. I figure about $5,000 a sting." "What are you talking about?" Wendy nearly screamed. "I'll tell you what," he said. "I followed the directions on that fucking bug bomb. We're going to sue them. The damn thing was defective. Had to have been. How else can you explain this?" "Oh," she said in a small voice. He took 4 pictures, pulling out each covered print for Wendy to time on the small locket watch she wore around her neck. Danny, fascinated with the idea that his stung hand might be worth thousands and thousands of dollars, began to lose some of his fright and take an active interest. The hand throbbed dully, and he had a small headache. When Jack had put the camera away and spread the prints out on top of the dresser to dry, Wendy said, "Should we take him to the doctor tonight?" "Not unless he's really in pain," Jack said. "If a person has a strong allergy to wasp venom, it hits within 30 seconds. Hits? What do you... a coma. Or convulsions." Oh, my Jesus." She cupped her hands over her elbows and hugged herself, looking pale and wan. "How do you feel, son? Think you could sleep?" Danny blinked at them. The nightmare had faded to a dull, featureless background in his mind, but he was still frightened. "If I can sleep with you." "Of course," Wendy said. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Mommy." She began to cry again, and Jack put his hands on her shoulders. "Wendy, I swear to you that I followed the directions. Will you get rid of it in the morning, please?" "Of course I will." The 3 of them got in bed together, and Jack was about to snap off the light over the bed when he paused and pushed the covers back instead. "Want a picture of the nest, too?" "Come right back." "I will." He went to the dresser, got the camera and the last flash cube, and gave Danny a closed thumb and forefinger circle. Danny smiled and gave it back with his good hand. Quite a kid, he thought, as he walked down to Danny's room. All of that and then some. The overhead was still on. Jack crossed to the bunk setup, and as he glanced at the table beside it, his skin crawled into gooseflesh. The short hairs on his neck prickled and tried to stand erect. He could hardly see the nest through the clear Pyrex bowl. The inside of the glass was crawling with wasps. It was hard to tell how many. 50 at least, maybe 100. His heart thudding slowly in his chest. He took his pictures and then set the camera down to wait for them to develop. He wiped his lips with the palm of his hand. One thought played over and over in his mind, echoing with, "You lost your temper. You lost your temper. You lost your temper," and almost superstitious dread. They had come back. He had killed the wasps, but they had come back. In his mind, he heard himself screaming into his frightened, crying son's face. "Don't stutter." He wiped his lips again. He went to Danny's work table, rummaged in its drawers, and came up with a big jigsaw puzzle with a fiberboard backing. He took it over to the bed table and carefully slid the bowl and the nest onto it. The wasps buzzed angrily inside their prison. Then, putting his hand firmly on top of the bowl so it wouldn't slip, he went out into the hall. "Coming to bed, Jack?" Wendy asked. "Coming to bed, Daddy?" You will remember what was forgotten. But would he? What was it? He fled around another corner and saw with creeping utter horror that he was in a cul-de-sac. Locked doors frowned down at him from 3 sides. The West Wing? He was in the West Wing, and outside he could hear the storm whooping and screaming, seeming to choke on its own dark throat filled with snow. He backed up against the wall, weeping with terror now, his heart racing like the heart of a rabbit caught in a snare. When his back was against the light blue silk wallpaper with the embossed pattern of wavy lines, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the carpet, hands splayed on the jungle of woven vines and creepers, the breath whistling in and out of his throat, louder, louder. There was a tiger in the hall, and now the tiger was just around the corner, still crying out in that shrill and petulant and lunatic rage, the roquet mallet slamming, because this tiger walked on two legs, and it was... He woke with a sudden indrawn gasp. Sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide and staring into the darkness, hands crossed in front of his face. Something on one hand, crawling, wasps, 3 of them. They stung him then, seeming to needle all at once. And that was when all the images broke apart and fell on him in a dark flood, and he began to shriek into the dark, the wasps clinging to his left hand, stinging again and again. The lights went on, and Daddy was standing there in his shorts, his eyes glaring. Mommy behind him, sleepy and scared. "Get the mommy!" Danny screamed. "Oh my God," Jack said. He saw. "Jack, what's wrong with him?" "What's wrong?" He didn't answer her. He ran to the bed, scooped up Danny's pillow, and slapped Danny's thrashing left hand with it. Again. Wendy saw lumbering, insectile forms rise into the air, droning. "Get a magazine," he yelled over his shoulder. "Kill them!" "Wasps," she said, and for a moment she was inside herself, almost detached in her realization. Then her mind cross-patched, and knowledge was connected to emotion.
Wasps, oh Jesus, Jack, you said, shut the fuck up and kill them.
He roared. "Will you do what I say?" One of them had landed on Danny's reading desk. She took a coloring book off his work table and slammed it down on the wasp. It left a viscous brown smear. "There's another one on the curtain," he said, and ran out past her with Danny in his arms. He took the boy into their bedroom and put him on Wendy's side of the makeshift double. "Lie right there, Danny. Don't come back until I tell you. Understand?" His face puffed and streaked with tears. Danny nodded. "That's my brave boy." Jack ran back down the hall to the stairs. Behind him he heard the coloring book slap twice, and then his wife screamed in pain. He didn't slow, but went down the stairs 2 by 2 into the darkened lobby. He went through Ullman's office into the kitchen, slamming the heavy part of his thigh into the corner of Ullman's oak desk, barely feeling it. He slapped on the kitchen overheads and crossed to the sink. The washed dishes from supper were still heaped up in the drainer, where Wendy had left them to drip dry. He snatched the big Pyrex bowl off the top. A dish fell to the floor and exploded. Ignoring it, he turned and ran back through the office and up the stairs. Wendy was standing outside Danny's door, breathing hard. Her face was the color of table linen. Her eyes were shiny and flat. Her hair hung damply against her neck. "I got all of them," she said dully. "But one stung me."
Jack, you said they were all dead.
She began to cry. He slipped past her without answering and carried the Pyrex bowl over to the nest by Danny's bed. It was still. Nothing there. On the outside, anyway. He slammed the bowl down over the nest. "There," he said. "Come on." They went back into their bedroom. "Where did it get you?" he asked her. On my wrist. Let's see." She showed it to him. Just above the bracelet of lines between wrist and palm, there was a small circular hole. The flesh around it was puffing up. "Are you allergic to stings?" he asked. "Think hard." "If you are, Danny might be. The fucking little bastard's got him 5 or 6 times. "No," she said more calmly. I just hate them, that's all." "Hate them?" Danny was sitting on the foot of the bed, holding his left hand and looking at them. His eyes, circled with the white of shock, looked at Jack reproachfully.
Daddy, you said you killed them all. My hand.
"It really hurts. Let's see it, though." "No, I'm not going to touch it. That would make it hurt even more. Just hold it out." He did, and Wendy moaned. "Oh, Danny. Oh, your poor hand." Later the doctor would count 11 separate stings. Now all they saw was a dotting of small holes, as if his palm and fingers had been sprinkled with grains of red pepper. The swelling was bad. His hand had begun to look like one of those cartoon images where Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck had just slammed himself with a hammer. "Wendy, go get that spray stuff in the bathroom," he said. She went after it, and he sat down next to Danny and slipped an arm around his shoulders. "After we spray your hand, I want to take some Polaroids of it, Doc." "Then you sleep the rest of the night with us, Tay?" "Sure," Danny said. "But why are you going to take pictures?" "So maybe we can sue the ass out of some people." Wendy came back with a spray tube in the shape of a chemical fire extinguisher. "This won't hurt, honey," she said, taking off the cap. Danny held out his hand and she sprayed both sides until it gleamed. He let out a long, shuddery sigh. "Does it smart?" she asked. "No, feels better. Now these. Crunch them up." She held out 5 orange-flavored baby aspirin, Danny took them and popped them into his mouth one by one. "Isn't that a lot of aspirin?" Jack asked. "It's a lot of stings," she snapped at him angrily. "You go and get rid of that nest, John Torrance. Right now. Just a minute." He went to the dresser and took his Polaroid square shooter out of the top drawer. He rummaged deeper and found some flash cubes. "Jack, what are you doing?" she asked a little hysterically. "He's going to take some pictures of my hand," Danny said gravely. "And then we're going to sue the ass out of some people." "Right, Dad?" "Right," Jack said grimly. He had found the flash attachment, and he jabbed it onto the camera. "Hold it out, son. I figure about $5,000 a sting." "What are you talking about?" Wendy nearly screamed. "I'll tell you what," he said. "I followed the directions on that fucking bug bomb. We're going to sue them. The damn thing was defective. Had to have been. How else can you explain this?" "Oh," she said in a small voice. He took 4 pictures, pulling out each covered print for Wendy to time on the small locket watch she wore around her neck. Danny, fascinated with the idea that his stung hand might be worth thousands and thousands of dollars, began to lose some of his fright and take an active interest. The hand throbbed dully, and he had a small headache. When Jack had put the camera away and spread the prints out on top of the dresser to dry, Wendy said, "Should we take him to the doctor tonight?" "Not unless he's really in pain," Jack said. "If a person has a strong allergy to wasp venom, it hits within 30 seconds. Hits? What do you... a coma. Or convulsions." Oh, my Jesus." She cupped her hands over her elbows and hugged herself, looking pale and wan. "How do you feel, son? Think you could sleep?" Danny blinked at them. The nightmare had faded to a dull, featureless background in his mind, but he was still frightened. "If I can sleep with you." "Of course," Wendy said. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Mommy." She began to cry again, and Jack put his hands on her shoulders. "Wendy, I swear to you that I followed the directions. Will you get rid of it in the morning, please?" "Of course I will." The 3 of them got in bed together, and Jack was about to snap off the light over the bed when he paused and pushed the covers back instead. "Want a picture of the nest, too?" "Come right back." "I will." He went to the dresser, got the camera and the last flash cube, and gave Danny a closed thumb and forefinger circle. Danny smiled and gave it back with his good hand. Quite a kid, he thought, as he walked down to Danny's room. All of that and then some. The overhead was still on. Jack crossed to the bunk setup, and as he glanced at the table beside it, his skin crawled into gooseflesh. The short hairs on his neck prickled and tried to stand erect. He could hardly see the nest through the clear Pyrex bowl. The inside of the glass was crawling with wasps. It was hard to tell how many. 50 at least, maybe 100. His heart thudding slowly in his chest. He took his pictures and then set the camera down to wait for them to develop. He wiped his lips with the palm of his hand. One thought played over and over in his mind, echoing with, "You lost your temper. You lost your temper. You lost your temper," and almost superstitious dread. They had come back. He had killed the wasps, but they had come back. In his mind, he heard himself screaming into his frightened, crying son's face. "Don't stutter." He wiped his lips again. He went to Danny's work table, rummaged in its drawers, and came up with a big jigsaw puzzle with a fiberboard backing. He took it over to the bed table and carefully slid the bowl and the nest onto it. The wasps buzzed angrily inside their prison. Then, putting his hand firmly on top of the bowl so it wouldn't slip, he went out into the hall. "Coming to bed, Jack?" Wendy asked. "Coming to bed, Daddy?" "Have to go downstairs for a minute," he said, making his voice light. How had it happened? How, in God's name? The bomb sure hadn't been a dud. He had seen the thick white smoke start to puff out of it when he had pulled the ring. And when he had gone up 2 hours later, he had shaken a drift of small dead bodies out of the hole in the top. Then how? Spontaneous regeneration? That was crazy. 17th century bullshit. Insects didn't regenerate. And even if wasp eggs could mature full-grown insects in 12 hours, this wasn't the season in which the queen laid. That happened in April or May. Fall was their dying time. A living contradiction, the wasps buzzed furiously under the bowl. He took them downstairs and through the kitchen. In back there was a door which gave on the outside. A cold night wind blew against his nearly naked body, and his feet went numb almost instantly against the cold concrete of the platform he was standing on, the platform where milk deliveries were made during the hotel's operating season. He put the puzzle and the bowl down carefully, And when he stood up, he looked at the thermometer nailed outside the door. "Fresh up with 7-Up," the thermometer said, and the mercury stood at an even 25 degrees. The cold would kill them by morning. He went in and shut the door firmly. After a moment's thought, he locked it too. He crossed the kitchen again and shut off the lights. He stood in the darkness for a moment, thinking, wanting a drink. Suddenly the hotel seemed full of 1,000 stealthy sounds, creakings and groans and the sly sniff of the wind under the eaves where more wasps' nests might be hanging like deadly fruit. They had come back, and suddenly he found that he didn't like the Overlook so well anymore, as if it wasn't wasps that had stung his son, wasps that had miraculously lived through the bug bomb assault, but the hotel itself. His last thought before going upstairs to his wife and son, "From now on you will hold your temper," no matter what, was firm and hard and sure. As he went down the hall to them, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. The doctor's office. Stripped to his underpants, lying on the examination table, Danny Torrance looked very small. He was looking up at Dr. Just Call Me Bill Edmonds, who was wheeling a large black machine up beside him. Danny rolled his eyes to get a better look at it. "Don't let it scare you, Guy," Bill Edmonds said. "It's an electroencephalograph and it doesn't hurt. We call it EEG for short. I'm going to hook a bunch of wires to your head. No, not stick them in, only tape them. And the pens in this part of the gadget will record your brainwaves. Like on The $6 Million Man? About the same. Would you like to be like Steve Austin when you grow up?" "No way," Danny said as the nurse began to tape the wires to a number of tiny shaved spots on his scalp. "My daddy says that someday he'll get a short circuit and then he'll be up the creek." "I know that creek well," Dr. Edmonds said amiably. "I've been up it a few times myself, sans paddle. An EEG can tell us lots of things, Danny." "Like what?" "Like, for instance, if you have epilepsy. That's a little problem where—" "Yeah, I know what epilepsy is." "Really?" "Sure. There was a kid in my nursery school back in Vermont. I went to nursery school when I was a little kid and he had it. He wasn't supposed to use the flashboard." "What was that, Dan?" He had turned on the machine. Thin lines began to trace their way across graph paper. It had all these lights, all different colors, and when you turned it on, some colors would flash but not all. And you had to count the colors, and if you pushed the right button, you could turn it off. Brent couldn't use that. That's because bright flashing lights sometimes cause an epileptic seizure. You mean using the flashboard might have made Brent pitch a fit? Edmonds and the nurse exchanged a brief amused glance. "Inelegantly but accurately put, Danny." "What?" "I said you're right, except you should say seizure instead of pitch a fit. That's not nice." "Okay, lie just as still as a mouse now." "Okay. Danny, when you have these, whatever they are, do you ever recall seeing bright flashing lights before?" "No. Funny noises? Ringing, or chimes like a doorbell?" How about a funny smell, maybe like oranges or sawdust? Or a smell like something rotten?" "No, sir." "Sometimes do you feel like crying before you pass out? Even though you don't feel sad?" "No way. That's fine then. Have I got epilepsy, Dr. Bill?" "I don't think so, Danny. Just lie still." "Almost done." The machine hummed and scratched for another 5 minutes, and then Dr. Edmonds shut it off. "All done, Guy," Edmonds said briskly. "Let Sally get those electrodes off you and then come into the next room. I want to have a little talk with you, okay?" "Sure." "Sally, you go ahead and give him a time test before he comes in." "All right." Edmonds ripped off the long curl of paper the machine had extruded and went into the next room, looking at it. "I'm going to prick your arm just a little," the nurse said after Danny had pulled up his pants. "It's to make sure you don't have TB. They gave me that at my school just last year," Danny said without much hope. "But that was a long time ago, and you're a big boy now, right?" "I guess so," Danny sighed and offered his arm up for sacrifice. When he had his shirt and shoes on, he went through the sliding door and into Dr. Edmonds' office. Edmonds was sitting on the edge of his desk, swinging his legs thoughtfully. "Hi, Danny. Hi. How's that hand now?" He pointed at Danny's left hand, which was lightly bandaged. "Pretty good." "Good. I looked at your EEG and it seems fine. But I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Denver who makes his living reading those things. I just want to make sure." "Yes, sir. Tell me about Tony, Dan." Danny shuffled his feet. "He's just an invisible friend," he said. "I made him up. To keep me company." Edmonds laughed and put his hands on Danny's shoulders. "Now that's what your mom and dad say. But this is just between us, Guy. I'm your doctor. Tell me the truth and I'll promise not to tell them unless you say I can. Danny thought about it. He looked at Edmonds and then, with a small effort of concentration, he tried to catch Edmonds's thoughts, or at least the color of his mood. And suddenly, he got an oddly comforting image in his head. File cabinets, their doors sliding shut one after another, locking with a click. Written on the small tabs in the center of each door was AC, secret, DG, secret, and so on. This made Danny feel a little easier. Cautiously, he said, I don't know who Tony is. Is he your age? No, he's at least 11. I think he might be even older. I've never seen him right up close. He might be old enough to drive a car. You just see him at a distance, huh? Yes, sir. And he always comes just before you pass out? Well, I don't pass out. It's like I go with him. And he shows me things. What kind of things? Well, Danny debated for a moment, and then told Edmonds about Daddy's trunk with all his writing in it, and about how the movers hadn't lost it between Vermont and Colorado after all. It had been right under the stairs all along. And your daddy found it where Tony said he would? Oh, yes, sir. Only Tony didn't tell me. He showed me. I understand. Danny, what did Tony show you last night? When you locked yourself in the bathroom? I don't remember, Danny said quickly. Are you sure? Yes, sir. A moment ago I said you locked the bathroom door. But that wasn't right, was it? Tony locked the door. No, sir. Tony couldn't lock the door because he isn't real. He wanted me to do it, so I did. I locked it. Does Tony always show you where lost things are? No, sir. Sometimes he shows me things that are going to happen. Really? Sure. Like one time, Tony showed me the amusements and wild animal park in Great Barrington. Tony said Daddy was going to take me there for my birthday. He did too. What else does he show you? Danny frowned. Signs. He's always showing me stupid old signs. And I can't read them, hardly ever. Why do you suppose Tony would do that, Danny? I don't know. Danny brightened. But my daddy and mommy are teaching me to read, and I'm trying real hard. So you can read Tony's signs. Well, I really want to learn. But that too, yeah. Do you like Tony, Danny? Danny looked at the tile floor and said nothing. Danny? It's hard to tell, Danny said. I used to. I used to hope he'd come every day, because he always showed me good things, especially since Mommy and Daddy don't think about divorce anymore. Dr. Edmonds's gaze sharpened, but Danny didn't notice. He was looking hard at the floor, concentrating on expressing himself. But now whenever he comes, he shows me bad things. Awful things. Like in the bathroom last night. The things he shows me, they sting me like those wasps stung me. Only Tony's things sting me up here. He cocked a finger gravely at his temple, a small boy unconsciously burlesquing suicide. What things, Danny? I can't remember. Danny cried out, agonized. I'd tell you if I could. It's like I can't remember because it's so bad I don't want to remember. All I can remember when I wake up is red rum. Red drum or red rum? Rum. What's that, Danny? I don't know. Danny? Yes, sir. Can you make Tony come now? I don't know. He doesn't always come. I don't even know if I want him to come anymore. Try, Danny. I'll be right here. Danny looked at Edmonds doubtfully. Edmonds nodded encouragement. Danny let out a long, sighing breath and nodded. But I don't know if it will work. I never did it with anyone looking at me before. And Tony doesn't always come anyway. If he doesn't, he doesn't, Edmonds said. I just want you to try. Okay. He dropped his gaze to Edmonds's slowly swinging loafers and cast his mind outward toward his mommy and daddy. They were here someplace, right beyond that wall with the picture on it, as a matter of fact. In the waiting room where they had come in, sitting side by side but not talking, leafing through magazines, worried about him. He concentrated harder, his brow furrowing, trying to get into the feeling of his mommy's thoughts. It was always harder when they weren't right there in the room with him. Then he began to get it. Mommy was thinking about a sister. Her sister. The sister was dead. His mommy was thinking that was the main thing that turned her mommy into such a hitch, into such an old biddy, because her sister had died. As a little girl, she was hit by a car. Oh, God, I could never stand anything like that again, like... Aileen, but what if he's sick, really sick? Cancer, spinal meningitis, leukemia, brain tumor, like John Gunther's. Sonor muscular dystrophy. Oh, geez, kids his age get leukemia. All the time, radium treatments, chemotherapy. We couldn't afford anything like that. But of course, they just can't. Turn you out to die on the street, can they? And anyway, he's all, right. All right. You really shouldn't. Let yourself think. Danny, about Aileen and... Danny, that car, Danny. But Tony wasn't there. Only his voice. And as it faded, Danny followed it down into darkness, falling and tumbling down some magic hole between Dr. Bill's swinging loafers, past a loud knocking sound further. A bathtub cruised silently by in the darkness with some horrible thing lolling in it, past a sound like sweetly chiming church bells, past a clock under a dome of glass. Then the dark was pierced feebly by a single light, festooned with cobwebs. The weak glow disclosed a stone floor that looked damp and unpleasant. Somewhere not far distant was a steady mechanical roaring sound, but muted, not frightening, soporific. It was the thing that would be forgotten, Danny thought with dreamy surprise. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he could see Tony just ahead of him, a silhouette. Tony was looking at something, and Danny strained his eyes to see what it was. Your daddy. See your daddy? Of course he did. How could he have missed him, even in the basement light's feeble glow? Daddy was kneeling on the floor, casting the beam of a flashlight over old cardboard boxes and wooden crates. The cardboard boxes were mushy and old. Some of them had split open and spilled drifts of paper onto the floor. Newspapers, books, printed pieces of paper that looked like bills. His daddy was examining them with great interest. And then Daddy looked up and shone his flashlight in another direction. Its beam of light impaled another book, a large white one bound with gold string. The cover looked like white leather. It was a scrapbook. Danny suddenly needed to cry out to his daddy, to tell him to leave that book alone, that some books should not be opened. But his daddy was climbing toward it. The mechanical roaring sound, which he now recognized as the boiler at the Overlook, which Daddy checked 3 or 4 times every day, had developed an ominous, rhythmic hitching. It began to sound like pounding, and the smell of mildew and wet, rotting paper was changing to something else. The high, junipery smell of the bad stuff. It hung around his daddy like a vapor as he reached for the book and grasped it. Tony was somewhere in the darkness. This inhuman place makes human monsters. This inhuman place, repeating the same incomprehensible thing over and over, makes human monsters, falling through darkness again, now accompanied by the heavy, pounding thunder that was no longer the boiler but the sound of a whistling mallet striking silk, papered walls, knocking out whiffs of plaster dust. Crouching helplessly on the blue-black woven jungle rug. Come out, this inhuman place, and take your medicine. Makes human monsters. With a gasp that echoed in his own head, he jerked himself out of the darkness. Hands were on him, and at first he shrank back, thinking that the dark thing in the overlook of Tony's world had somehow followed him back into the world of real things. And then Dr. Edmonds was saying, "You're all right, Danny. You're all right. Everything is fine." Danny recognized the doctor, then his surroundings in the office. He began to shudder helplessly. Edmonds held him. When the reaction began to subside, Edmonds asked, "You said something about monsters, Danny. What was it?" "This inhuman place," he said gutturally. "Tony told me. This inhuman place. Makes. He shook his head. "Can't remember. Try." "I can't." "Did Tony come?" "Yes." "What did he show you?" "Dark. Pounding. I don't remember." "Where were you?" "Leave me alone." "I don't remember. Leave me alone." He began to sob helplessly in fear and frustration. It was all gone, dissolved into a sticky mess like a wet bundle of paper, the memory unreadable. Edmonds went to the water cooler and got him a paper cup of water. Danny drank it, and Edmonds got him another one. "Better?" "Yes. Danny, I don't want to badger you. Tease you about this, I mean. But can you remember anything about before Tony came?" "My mommy," Danny said slowly. "She's worried about me." "Mothers always are, Guy." "No. She had a sister that died when she was a little girl. Aileen. She was thinking about how Aileen got hit by a car, and that made her worried about me. I don't remember anything else." Edmonds was looking at him sharply. "Just now she was thinking that? Out in the waiting room?" "Yes, sir." "Danny, how would you know that?" "I don't know," Danny said wanly. "The Shining, I guess." "The what?" Danny shook his head very slowly. "I'm awful tired. Can I go see my mommy and daddy? I don't want to answer any more questions. I'm tired, and my stomach hurts. Are you going to throw up?" "No, sir. I just want to go see my mommy and daddy." "Okay, Dan." Edmonds stood up. "You go on out and see them for a minute, then send them in so I can talk to them." "Okay?" "Yes, sir." There are books out there to look at.
You like books, don't you?
Yes, sir, Danny said dutifully. You're a good boy, Danny. Danny gave him a faint smile.
I can't find a thing wrong with him, Dr. Edmonds said to the Torrances.
Not physically. Mentally, he's bright and rather too imaginative. It happens. Children have to grow into their imaginations like a pair of oversized shoes. Danny's is still way too big for him. Ever had his IQ tested? I don't believe in them, Jack said. They straitjacket the expectations of both parents and teachers. Dr. Edmonds nodded. That may be. But if you did test him, I think you'd find he's right off the scale for his age group. His verbal ability, for a boy who is 5 going on 6, is amazing. We don't talk down to him, Jack said with a trace of pride. I doubt if you've ever had to in order to make yourself understood. Edmonds paused, fiddling with a pen. He went into a trance while I was with him, at my request. Exactly as you described him in the bathroom last night. All his muscles went lax, his body slumped, his eyeballs rotated outward. Textbook auto-hypnosis. I was amazed. I still am. The Torrances sat forward. What happened? Wendy asked tensely, and Edmonds carefully related Danny's trance, the muttered phrase from which Edmonds had only been able to pluck the word monsters, the dark, the pounding, the aftermath of tears, near hysteria and nervous stomach. Tony again, Jack said. What does it mean? Wendy asked.
Have you any idea?
A few. You might not like them. Go ahead anyway, Jack told him. From what Danny told me, his invisible friend was truly a friend until you folks moved out here from New England. Tony has only become a threatening figure since that move. The pleasant interludes have become nightmarish, even more frightening to your son because he can't remember exactly what the nightmares are about. That's common enough. We all remember our pleasant dreams more clearly than the scary ones. There seems to be a buffer somewhere between the conscious and the subconscious, and one hell of a blue nose lives in there. This sensor only lets through a small amount, and often what does come through is only symbolic. That's oversimplified, Freud, but it does pretty much describe what we know of the mind's interaction with itself. You think moving has upset Danny that badly? Wendy asked. It may have if the move took place under traumatic circumstances, Edmonds said. Did it? Wendy and Jack exchanged a glance. I was teaching at a prep school, Jack said slowly. I lost my job. I see, Edmonds said. He put the pen he had been playing with firmly back in its holder. There's more here, I'm afraid. It may be painful to you. Your son seems to believe you two have seriously contemplated divorce. He spoke of it in an offhand way, but only because he believes you are no longer considering it. Jack's mouth dropped open and Wendy recoiled as if slapped. The blood drained from her face. We never even discussed it, she said. Not in front of him, not even in front of each other. I think it's best if you understand everything, Doctor, Jack said. Shortly after Danny was born, I became an alcoholic. I'd had a drinking problem all the way through college. It subsided a little after Wendy and I met. Cropped up worse than ever after Danny was born, and the writing I consider to be my real work was going badly. When Danny was 3.5, he spilled some beer on a bunch of papers I was working on. Papers I was shuffling around anyway. And oh shit. His voice broke, but his eyes remained dry and unflinching. It sounds so goddamn beastly said out loud. I broke his arm, turning him around to spank him. 3 months later, I gave up drinking. I haven't touched it since. I see, Edmonds said neutrally. I knew the arm had been broken, of course. It was set well. He pushed back from his desk a little and crossed his legs. If I may be frank, it's obvious that he's been in no way abused since then. Other than the stings, there's nothing on him but the normal bruises and scabs that any kid has in abundance. Of course not, Wendy said hotly. Jack didn't mean, no, Wendy, Jack said. I meant to do it. I guess someplace inside I really did mean to do that to him, or something even worse. He looked back at Edmonds again. You know something, Doctor? This is the first time the word divorce has been mentioned between us. And alcoholism, and child beating. 3 firsts in 5 minutes. That may be at the root of the problem, Edmonds said. I am not a psychiatrist. If you want Danny to see a child psychiatrist, I can recommend a good one who works out of the Mission Ridge Medical Center in Boulder, but I am fairly confident of my diagnosis. Danny is an intelligent, imaginative, perceptive boy. I don't believe he would have been as upset by your marital problems as you believed. Small children are great acceptors. They don't understand shame or the need to hide things. Jack was studying his hands. Wendy took one of them and squeezed it. But he sensed the things that were wrong. Chief among them, from his point of view, was not the broken arm, but the broken or breaking link between you two. He mentioned divorce to me, but not the broken arm. When my nurse mentioned the set to him, he simply shrugged it off. It was no pressure thing. It happened a long time ago, is what I think he said. That kid, Jack muttered. His jaws were clamped together, the muscles in the cheeks standing out. We don't deserve him. You have him all the same, Edmonds said dryly. At any rate, he retires into a fantasy world from time to time. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of kids do. As I recall, I had my own invisible friend when I was Danny's age, a talking rooster named Chug Chug. Of course, no one could see Chug Chug but me. I had 2 older brothers who often left me behind, and in such a situation, Chug Chug came in mighty handy. And of course, you two must understand why Danny's invisible friend is named Tony instead of Mike or Hal or Dutch. Yes, Wendy said. Have you ever pointed it out to him? No, Jack said. Should we? Why bother? Let him realize it in his own time by his own logic. You see, Danny's fantasies were considerably deeper than those that grow around the ordinary invisible friend syndrome. But he felt he needed Tony that much more. Tony would come and show him pleasant things. Sometimes amazing things. Always good things. Once Tony showed him where Daddy's lost trunk was. Under the stairs. Another time Tony showed him that Mommy and Daddy were going to take him to an amusement park for his birthday. At Great Barrington, Wendy cried. But how could he know those things? It's eerie, the things he comes out with sometimes. Almost as if he had second sight, Edmonds asked, smiling. He was born with a call, Wendy said weakly. Edmonds' smile became a good, hearty laugh. Jack and Wendy exchanged a glance and then also smiled, both of them amazed at how easy it was. Danny's occasional lucky guesses about things was something else they had not discussed much. Next you'll be telling me he can levitate, Edmonds said, still smiling. No, I'm afraid not. It's not extrasensory, but good old human perception, which in Danny's case is unusually keen. Mr. Torrance, he knew your trunk was under the stairs because you had looked everywhere else. Process of elimination, what? It's so simple, Ellery Queen would laugh at it. Sooner or later you would have thought of it yourself. As for the amusement park at Great Barrington, whose idea was that originally? Yours or his? His, of course, Wendy said. They advertised on all the morning children's programs. He was wild to go. But the thing is, Doctor, we couldn't afford to take him, and we had told him so. Then a men's magazine I'd sold a story to back in 1971 sent a check for $50, Jack said. They were reprinting the story in an annual or something, so we decided to spend it on Danny. Edmonds shrugged. Wish fulfillment plus a lucky coincidence. God damn it, I bet that's just right, Jack said. Edmonds smiled a little, and Danny himself told me that Tony often showed him things that never occurred. Visions based on faulty perception, that's all. Danny is doing subconsciously what these so-called mystics and mind readers do quite consciously and cynically. I admire him for it. If life doesn't cause him to retract his antennae, I think he'll be quite a man. Wendy nodded. Of course she thought Danny would be quite a man. But the doctor's explanation struck her as glib. It tasted more like margarine than butter. Edmonds had not lived with them. He had not been there when Danny found lost buttons, told her that maybe the TV guide was under the bed, that he thought he better wear his rubbers to nursery school even though the sun was out. And later that day, they had walked home under her umbrella through the pouring rain. Edmonds couldn't know of the curious way Danny had of pre-guessing them both. She would decide to have an unusual evening cup of tea, go out in the kitchen and find her cup out with a tea bag in it. She would remember that the books were due at the library and find them all neatly piled up on the hall table, her library card on top. Or Jack would take it into his head to wax the Volkswagen and find Danny already out there, listening to tinny top 40 music on his crystal radio as he sat on the curb to watch. Aloud, she said, "Then why the nightmares now? Why did Tony tell him to lock the bathroom door?" "I believe it's because Tony has outlived his usefulness," Edmonds said. "He was born Tony, not Danny, at a time when you and your husband were straining to keep your marriage together. Your husband was drinking too much. There was the incident of the broken arm. The ominous quiet between you." Ominous quiet, yes. That phrase was the real thing anyway. The stiff, tense meals where the only conversation had been, "Please pass the butter," or "Danny, eat the rest of your carrots," or "May I be excused, please?" The nights when Jack was gone and she had lain down, dry-eyed, on the couch while Danny watched TV. The mornings when she and Jack had stalked around each other like two angry cats with a quivering, frightened mouse between them. It all rang true. Dear God, do old scars ever stop hurting? Horribly, horribly true. Edmonds resumed, but things have changed. You know, schizoid behavior is a pretty common thing in children. It's accepted because all we adults have this unspoken agreement that children are lunatics. They have invisible friends. They may go and sit in the closet when they're depressed, withdrawing from the world. They attach talismanic importance to a special blanket, or a teddy bear, or a stuffed tiger. They suck their thumbs. When an adult sees things that aren't there, we consider him ready for the rubber room. When a child says he's seen a troll in his bedroom or a vampire outside the window, we simply smile indulgently. We have a one-sentence explanation that explains the whole range of such phenomena in children. He'll grow out of it, Jack said. Edmonds blinked. My very words, he said. Yes. Now I would guess that Danny was in a pretty good position to develop a full-fledged psychosis. Unhappy home life, a big imagination, the invisible friend who was so real to him that he nearly became real to you. Instead of growing out of his childhood schizophrenia, he might well have grown into it. And become autistic? Wendy asked. She had read about autism. The word itself frightened her. It sounded like dread and white silence. Possible, but not necessarily. He might simply have entered Tony's world someday and never come back to what he calls real things. God, Jack said. But now the basic situation has changed drastically. Mr. Torrance no longer drinks. You are in a new place where conditions have forced the three of you into a tighter family unit than ever before, certainly tighter than my own, where my wife and kids may see me for only 2 or 3 hours a day. To my mind, he is in the perfect healing situation, and I think the very fact that he is able to differentiate so sharply between Tony's world and real things says a lot about the fundamentally healthy state of his mind. He says that you two are no longer considering divorce. Is he as right as I think he is? Yes, Wendy said, and Jack squeezed her hand tightly, almost painfully. She squeezed back. Edmonds nodded. He really doesn't need Tony anymore. Danny is flushing him out of his system. Tony no longer brings pleasant visions but hostile nightmares that are too frightening for him to remember except fragmentarily. He internalized Tony during a difficult, desperate life situation, and Tony is not leaving easily. But he is leaving. Your son is a little like a junkie kicking the habit. He stood up, and the Torrances stood also. As I said, I'm not a psychiatrist. If the nightmares are still continuing when your job at the Overlook ends next spring, Mr. Torrance, I would strongly urge you to take him to this man in Boulder. I will. Well, let's go out and tell him he can go home, Edmonds said. I want to thank you, Jack told him painfully. I feel better about all this than I have in a very long time. So do I, Wendy said. At the door, Edmonds paused and looked at Wendy. Do you or did you have a sister, Mrs. Torrance? Named Aileen. Wendy looked at him surprised. Yes, I did. She was killed outside our home in Somersworth, New Hampshire, when she was 6 and I was 10. She chased a ball into the street and was struck by a delivery van. Does Danny know that? I don't know. I don't think so. He says you were thinking about her in the waiting room. I was, Wendy said slowly. For the first time in, I don't know how long. Does the word red rum mean anything to either of you? Wendy shook her head, but Jack said, he mentioned that word last night just before he went to sleep. Red drum. No, rum, Edmonds corrected. He was quite emphatic about that. Rum, as in the drink. The alcoholic drink. Oh, Jack said. It fits in, doesn't it? He took his handkerchief out of his back pocket and wiped his lips with it. Does the phrase "The Shining" mean anything to you? This time they both shook their heads. Doesn't matter, I guess, Edmonds said. He opened the door into the waiting room. Anybody here named Danny Torrance that would like to go home?
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Mommy. He stood up from the small table where he had been leafing slowly through a copy of Where the Wild Things Are and muttering the words he knew aloud. He ran to Jack, who scooped him up. Wendy ruffled his hair. Edmonds peered at him. If you don't love your mommy and daddy, you can stay with good old Bill. No, sir, Danny said emphatically. He slung one arm around Jack's neck, one arm around Wendy's, and looked radiantly happy. Okay, Edmonds said, smiling. He looked at Wendy. You call if you have any problems. Yes. I don't think you will, Edmund said, smiling. The scrapbook. Jack found the scrapbook on the 1st of November, while his wife and son were hiking up the rutted old road that ran from behind the Roque Court to a deserted sawmill 2 miles further up. The fine weather still held, and all three of them had acquired improbable autumn suntans. He had gone down in the basement to knock the press down on the boiler, and then, on impulse, he had taken the flashlight from the shelf where the plumbing schematics were and decided to look at some of the old papers. He was also looking for good places to set his traps, although he didn't plan to do that for another month. I want them all to be home from vacation, he had told Wendy, shining the flashlight ahead of him. He stepped past the elevator shaft. At Wendy's insistence, they hadn't used the elevator since they moved in, and through the small stone arch. His nose wrinkled at the smell of rotting paper. Behind him, the boiler kicked on with a thundering whoosh, making him jump. He flickered the light around, whistling tunelessly between his teeth. There was a scale model Andes range down here, dozens of boxes and crates stuffed with papers, most of them white and shapeless with age and damp. Others had broken open and spilled yellowed sheaves of paper onto the stone floor. There were bales of newspaper tied up with hay rope. Some boxes contained what looked like ledgers, and others contained invoices bound with rubber bands. Jack pulled one out and put the flashlight beam on it. Rocky Mountain Express, Inc., to Overlook Hotel from Sidey's Warehouse. 210 16th Street, Denver. Coatsier, via Canadian Pacific RR Contents. 400 cases Delsey toilet tissue. 1 gross case signed DEF date, August 24th, 1954. Smiling, Jack let the paper drop back into the box. He flashed the light above it and it speared a hanging light bulb, almost buried in cobwebs. There was no chain pull. He stood on tiptoe and tried screwing the bulb in. It lit weakly. He picked up the toilet paper invoice again and used it to wipe off some of the cobwebs. The glow didn't brighten much. Still using the flashlight, he wandered through the boxes and bales of paper, looking for rat spoor. They had been here, but not for quite a long time, maybe years. He found some droppings that were powdery with age, and several nests of neatly shredded paper that were old and unused. Jack pulled a newspaper from one of the bundles and glanced down at the headline. Johnson promises orderly transition, says work begun by JFK will go forward in coming year. The paper was the Rocky Mountain News, dated December 19, 1963. He dropped it back onto its pile. He supposed he was fascinated by that commonplace sense of history that anyone can feel, glancing through the fresh news of 10 or 20 years ago. He found gaps in the piled newspapers and records. Nothing from 1937 to 1945, from 1957 to 1960, from 1962 to 1963, periods when the hotel had been closed, he guessed, when it had been between suckers grabbing for the brass ring. Ullman's explanations of the Overlook's checkered career still didn't ring quite true to him. It seemed that the Overlook's spectacular location alone should have guaranteed its continuing success. There had always been an American jet set, even before jets were invented, and it seemed to Jack that the Overlook should have been one of the bases they touched in their migrations. It even sounded right. The Waldorf in May, the Bar Harbor House in June and July, the Overlook in August and early September, before moving on to Bermuda, Havana, Rio, wherever. He found a pile of old desk registers and they bore him out. Nelson Rockefeller in 1950, Henry Ford and Pham in 1927, Jean Harlow in 1930, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard. In 1956, the whole top floor had been taken for a week by Darrell F. Zanuck and party. The money must have rolled down the corridors and into the cash registers like a 20th century Comstock load. The management must have been spectacularly bad. There was history here, all right, and not just in newspaper headlines. It was buried between the entries in these ledgers and account books and room service chits where you couldn't quite see it. In 1922, Warren G. Harding had ordered a whole salmon at 10 o'clock in the evening and a case of Coors beer. But whom had he been eating and drinking with? Had it been a poker game? A strategy session? What? Jack glanced at his watch and was surprised to see that 45 minutes had somehow slipped by since he had come down here. His hands and arms were grimy, and he probably smelled bad. He decided to go up and take a shower before Wendy and Danny got back. He walked slowly between the mountains of paper, his mind alive and ticking over possibilities in a speedy way that was exhilarating. He hadn't felt this way in years. It suddenly seemed that the book he had semi-jokingly promised himself might really happen. It might even be right here, buried in these untidy heaps of paper. It could be a work of fiction or history or both, a long book exploding out of this central place in 100 directions. He stood beneath the cobwebby light, took his handkerchief from his back pocket without thinking, and scrubbed at his lips with it. And that was when he saw the scrapbook. A pile of 5 boxes stood on his left like some tottering Pisa. The one on top was stuffed with more invoices and ledgers. Balanced on top of those, keeping its angle of repose for who knew how many years, was a thick scrapbook with white leather covers, its pages bound with 2 hanks of gold string that had been tied along the binding in gaudy bows. Curious, he went over and took it down. The top cover was thick with dust. He held it on a plane at lip level, blew the dust off in a cloud, and opened it. As he did so, a card fluttered out, and he grabbed it in midair before it could fall to the stone floor. It was rich and creamy, dominated by a raised engraving of the Overlook with every window alight. The lawn and playground were decorated with glowing Japanese lanterns. It looked almost as though you could step right into it, an Overlook Hotel that had existed 30 years ago. Horace M. Derwent requests the pleasure of your company at a masked ball to celebrate. The grand opening of the Overlook Hotel dinner will be served at 8 p.m., unmasking and dancing at midnight. August 29, 1945, RSVP dinner at 8. Unmasking at midnight. He could almost see them in the dining room, the richest men in America and their women. Tuxedos and glimmering starched shirts, evening gowns, the band playing, gleaming high-heeled pumps, the clink of glasses, the jock and pop of champagne corks. The war was over, or almost over. The future lay ahead, clean and shining. America was the colossus of the world, and at last she knew it and accepted it. And later at midnight, Derwent himself crying, "Unmask! Unmask!" The masks coming off, and the Red Death held sway over all. He frowned. What left field had that come out of? That was Poe, the great American hack. And surely the overlook, this shining, glowing overlook on the invitation he held in his hands, was the farthest cry from E.A. Poe imaginable. He put the invitation back and turned to the next page, a paste-up from one of the Denver papers, and scratched beneath it the date, May 15th, 1947. Posh Mountain Resort reopens with stellar guest register. Derwent says Overlook will be Showplace of the World, by David Felton, features editor. The Overlook Hotel has been opened and reopened in its 38-year history, but rarely with such style and dash as that promised by Horace Derwent, the mysterious California millionaire who is the latest owner of the hostelry. Derwent, who makes no secret of having sunk more than $1 million into his newest venture, and some say the figure is closer to $3 million, says that the new Overlook will be one of the world's showplaces, the kind of hotel you will remember overnighting in 30 years later. When Derwent, who is rumored to have substantial Las Vegas holdings, was asked if his purchase and refurbishing of the Overlook signaled the opening gun in a battle to legalize casino-style gambling in Colorado, the aircraft, movie, munitions, and shipping magnate denied it. With a smile, the Overlook would be cheapened by gambling, he said, and don't think I'm knocking Vegas. They've got too many of my markers out there for me to do that. I have no interest in lobbying for legalized gambling in Colorado. It would be spitting into the wind. When the Overlook opens officially, there was a gigantic and hugely successful party there some time ago when the actual work was finished. The newly painted, papered, and decorated rooms will be occupied by a stellar guest list, ranging from chic designer Corbat Stani to... Smiling bemusedly, Jack turned the page. Now he was looking at a full-page ad from the New York Sunday Times travel section. On the page after that, a story on Derwent himself, a balding man with eyes that pierced you even from an old newsprint photo. He was wearing rimless spectacles and a 40s-style pencil-line mustache that did nothing at all to make him look like Errol Flynn. His face was that of an accountant. It was the eyes that made him look like someone or something else. Jack skimmed the article rapidly. He knew most of the information from a Newsweek story on Derwent the year before. Born poor in St. Paul, never finished high school, joined the Navy instead. Rose rapidly, then left in a bitter wrangle over the patent on a new type of propeller that he had designed. In the tug-of-war between the Navy and an unknown young man named Horace Derwent, Uncle Sam came off the predictable winner. But Uncle Sam had never gotten another patent, and there had been a lot of them. In the late 20s and early 30s, Derwent turned to aviation. He bought out a bankrupt crop dusting company, turned it into an airmail service, and prospered. More patents followed: a new monoplane wing design, a bomb carriage used on the flying fortresses that had rained fire on Hamburg and Dresden and Berlin, a machine gun that was cooled by alcohol, a prototype of the ejection seat later used in United States jets. And along the line, the accountant who lived in the same skin as the inventor kept piling up the investments: a piddling string of munition factories in New York and New Jersey, 5 textile mills in New England, chemical factories in the bankrupt and groaning South. At the end of the Depression, his wealth had been nothing but a handful of controlling interests, bought at abysmally low prices, saleable only at lower prices still. At one point, Derwent boasted that he could liquidate completely and realize the price of a 3-year-old Chevrolet. There had been rumors, Jack recalled, that some of the means employed by Derwent to keep his head above water were less than savory. Involvement with bootlegging, prostitution in the Midwest, smuggling in the coastal areas of the South where his fertilizer factories were. Finally, an association with the nascent Western gambling interests. Probably Derwent's most famous investment was the purchase of the foundering Top Mark Studios, which had not had a bit since their child star, little Marjorie Morris, had died of a heroin overdose in 1934. She was 14. Little Marjorie, who had specialized in sweet 7-year-olds who saved marriages and the lives of dogs unjustly accused of killing chickens, had been given the biggest Hollywood funeral in history by Top Mark. The official story was that little Marjorie had contracted a wasting disease while entertaining at a New York orphanage, and some cynics suggested the studio had laid out all that long green because it knew it was burying itself. Derwent hired a keen businessman and raging sex maniac named Henry Finkel to run Top Mark, and in the 2 years before Pearl Harbor, the studio ground out 60 movies, 55 of which glided right into the face of the Hayes office and spit on its large blue nose. The other 5 were government training films. The feature films were huge successes. During one of them, an unnamed costume designer had jury-rigged a strapless bra for the heroine to appear in during the grand ball scene, where she revealed everything except possibly the birthmark just below the cleft of her buttocks. Derwent received credit for this invention as well, and his reputation or notoriety grew. The war had made him rich, and he was still rich. Living in Chicago, seldom seen except for Derwent Enterprises board meetings, which he ran with an iron hand. It was rumored that he owned United Airlines, Las Vegas, where he was known to have controlling interests in 4 hotel casinos and some involvement in at least 6 others, Los Angeles and the USA itself, reputed to be a friend of royalty, presidents and underworld kingpins. It was supposed by many that he was the richest man in the world. But he had not been able to make a go of the Overlook, Jack thought. He put the scrapbook down for a moment and took the small notebook and mechanical pencil he always kept with him out of his breast pocket. He jotted, "Look into H. Derwent, Cylinder Ebry." He put the notebook back and picked up the scrapbook again. His face was preoccupied, his eyes distant. He wiped his mouth constantly with his hand as he turned the pages. He skimmed the material that followed, making a mental note to read it more closely later. Press releases were pasted into many of the pages. So-and-so was expected at the Overlook next week, thus and such would be entertaining in the lounge. In Derwent's time, it had been the Red Eye Lounge. Many of the entertainers were Vegas names, and many of the guests were Top Mark executives and stars. Then, in a clipping marked February 1st, 1952, millionaire exec to sell Colorado investments. Deal made with California investors on Overlook. Other investments Derwent reveals by Rodney Conklin, financial editor. In a terse communiqué yesterday from the Chicago offices of the monolithic Derwent Enterprises, it was revealed that millionaire, perhaps billionaire, Horace Derwent has sold out of Colorado in a stunning financial power play that will be completed by October 1st, 1954. Derwent's investments include natural gas, coal, hydroelectric power, and a land development company called Colorado Sunshine Inc., which owns or holds options on better than 500,000 acres of Colorado land. The most famous Derwent holding in Colorado, the Overlook Hotel, has already been sold. Derwent revealed in a rare interview yesterday. The buyer was a California group of investors headed by Charles Grandin, a former director of the California Land Development Corporation. While Derwent refused to discuss price, informed sources. He had sold out everything, lock, stock, and barrel. It wasn't just the Overlook. But somehow, he wiped his lips with his hand and wished he had a drink. This would go better with a drink. He turned more pages. The California group had opened the hotel for 2 seasons, and then sold it to a Colorado group called Mountain View Resorts. Mountain View went bankrupt in 1957 amid charges of corruption, nest feathering, and cheating the stockholders. The president of the company shot himself 2 days after being subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury. The hotel had been closed for the rest of the decade. There was a single story about it, a Sunday feature headlined, "Former Grand Hotel Sinking into Decay." The accompanying photos wrenched at Jack's heart, the paint on the front porch peeling, the lawn a bald and scabrous mess, windows broken by storms and stones. This would be a part of the book if he actually wrote it too, the phoenix going down into the ashes to be reborn. He promised himself he would take care of the place, very good care. It seemed that before today he had never really understood the breadth of his responsibility to the Overlook. It was almost like having a responsibility to history. In 1961, 4 writers, 2 of them Pulitzer Prize winners, had leased the Overlook and reopened it as a writer's school. That had lasted 1 year. One of the students had gotten drunk in his 3rd-floor room, crashed out of the window somehow, and fell to his death on the cement terrace below. The paper hinted that it might have been suicide. "Any big hotel have got scandals," Watson had said, "just like every big hotel has got a ghost." "Why, hell, people come and go." Suddenly it seemed that he could almost feel the weight of the Overlook bearing down on him from above. 110 guest rooms, the storage rooms. Kitchen, pantry, freezer, lounge, ballroom, dining room. In the room the women come and go, and the Red Death held sway over all. He rubbed his lips and turned to the next page in the scrapbook. He was in the last third of it now, and for the first time he wondered consciously whose book this was, left atop the highest pile of records in the cellar. A new headline, this one dated April 10, 1963. Las Vegas Group buys famed Colorado hotel Scenic Overlook to become Key Club Robert T. Leffing, spokesman for a group of investors going under the name of High Country Investments, announced today in Las Vegas that High Country has negotiated a deal for the famous Overlook Hotel, a resort located high in the Rockies. Leffing declined to mention the names of specific investors, but said the hotel would be turned into an exclusive Key Club. He said that the group he represents hopes to sell memberships to high-echelon executives in American and foreign companies. High Country also owns hotels in Montana, Wyoming, and Utah. The Overlook became world-known in the years 1946 to 1952, when it was owned by elusive mega-millionaire Horace Derwent, who... The item on the next page was a mere squib, dated 4 months later. The Overlook had opened under its new management. Apparently the paper hadn't been able to find out or wasn't interested in who the key holders were, because no name was mentioned but High Country Investments, the most anonymous-sounding company name Jack had ever heard except for a chain of bike and appliance shops in western New England that went under the name of Business, Inc. He turned the page and blinked down at the clipping pasted there. Millionaire Derwent back in Colorado via back door. High Country exec revealed to be Charles Grondin, by Rodney Conklin, financial editor The Overlook Hotel, a scenic pleasure palace in the Colorado High Country, and once the private plaything of millionaire Horace Derwent, is at the center of a financial tangle which is only now beginning to come to light. On April 10th of last year, the hotel was purchased by a Las Vegas firm, High Country Investments, as a key club for wealthy executives of both foreign and domestic breeds. Now informed sources say that High Country is headed by Charles Grondin, 53, who was the head of California Land Development Corp. Until 1959, when he resigned to take the position of executive VP in the Chicago home office of Derwent Enterprises. This has led to speculation that High Country Investments may be controlled by Derwent, who may have acquired the Overlook for the second time, and under decidedly peculiar circumstances. Grondin, who was indicted and acquitted on charges of tax evasion in 1960, could not be reached for comment, and Horace Derwent, who guards his own privacy jealously, had no comment when reached by telephone. State Representative Dick Bose of Golden has called for a complete investigation into... That clipping was dated July 27, 1964. The next was a column from a Sunday paper that September. The byline belonged to Josh Branagar, a muckraking investigator of the Jack Anderson breed. Jack vaguely recalled that Branagar had died in 1968 or 69, Mafia-free zone in Colorado, by Josh Branagar. It now seems possible that the newest R&R spot of organization overlords in the U.S. is located at an out-of-the-way hotel nestled in the center of the Rockies. The Overlook Hotel, a white elephant that has been run lucklessly by almost a dozen different groups and individuals since it first opened its doors in 1910, is now being operated as a security-jacketed key club, ostensibly for unwinding businessmen. The question is, what business are the Overlook's key holders really in? The members present during the week of August 1623 may give us an idea. The list below was obtained by a former employee of High Country Investments, a company first believed to be a dummy company owned by Derwent Enterprises. It now seems more likely that Derwent's interest in High Country, if any, is outweighed by those of several Las Vegas gambling barons. And these same gaming honchos have been linked in the past to both suspected and convicted underworld kingpins. Present at the Overlook during that sunny week in August were Charles Grandin, president of High Country Investments. When it became known in July of this year that he was running the High Country ship, it was announced considerably after the fact that he had resigned his position in Derwent Enterprises previously. The silver-maned Grandin, who refused to talk to me for this column, has been tried once and acquitted on tax evasion charges, 1960. Charles Baby Charlie Battaglia, a 60-year-old Vegas impresario, controlling interests in the Greenback and the Lucky Bones on the Strip. Battaglia is a close personal friend of Grandin. His arrest record stretches back to 1932, when he was tried and acquitted in the gangland-style murder of Jack Dutchy Morgan. Federal authorities suspect his involvement in the drug traffic, prostitution, and murder for hire, but Baby Charlie has only been behind bars once, for income tax evasion in 1955-56. Richard Scarn, the principal stockholder of Funtime Automatic Machines. Funtime makes slot machines for the Nevada crowd, pinball machines, and jukeboxes, Melody Coin, for the rest of the country. He has done time for assault with a deadly weapon, 1940, carrying a concealed weapon, 1948, and conspiracy to commit tax fraud, 1961. Peter Zeiss, a Miami-based importer, now nearing 70. For the last 5 years, Zeiss has been fighting deportation as an undesirable person. He has been convicted on charges of receiving and concealing stolen property, 1958, and conspiracy to commit tax fraud, 1954. Charming, distinguished, and courtly, Pete Zeiss is called Papa by his intimates and has been tried on charges of murder and accessory to murder. A large stockholder in Scarn's Funtime company, he also has known interests in 4 Las Vegas casinos. Vittorio Ginelli, also known as Vito the Chopper, tried twice for gangland-style murders, one of them the axe murder of Boston Vice Overlord Frank Scoffey. Ginelli has been indicted 23 times, tried 14 times and convicted only once, for shoplifting in 1940. It has been said that in recent years Ginelli has become a power in the organization's Western operation, which is centered in Las Vegas. Carl Jimmy Ricks Prashkin, a San Francisco investor, reputed to be the heir apparent of the power Ginelli now wields. Prashkin owns large blocks of stock in Derwent Enterprises, High Country Investments, Funtime Automatic Machines, and 3 Vegas casinos. Prashkin is clean in America, but was indicted in Mexico on fraud charges that were dropped quickly 3 weeks after they were brought. It has been suggested that Prashkin may be in charge of laundering money skimmed from Vegas casino operations and funneling the big bucks back into the organization's legitimate Western operations. And such operations may now include the Overlook Hotel in Colorado. Other visitors during the current season include: there was more, but Jack only skimmed it, constantly wiping his lips with his hand. A banker with Las Vegas connections. Men from New York who were apparently doing more in the garment district than making clothes. Men reputed to be involved with drugs, vice, robbery, murder. God, what a story. And they had all been here, right above him, in those empty rooms. Screwing expensive whores on the 3rd floor, maybe. Drinking magnums of champagne. Making deals that would turn over millions of dollars. Maybe in the very suite of rooms where presidents had stayed. There was a story, all right. One hell of a story. A little frantically, he took out his notebook and jotted down another memo to check all of these people out at the library in Denver when the caretaking job was over. Every hotel has its ghost. The Overlook had a whole coven of them. First suicide, then the mafia, what next? The next clipping was an angry denial of Branigar's charges by Charles Grondin. Jack smirked at it. The clipping on the next page was so large that it had been folded. Jack unfolded it and gasped harshly. The picture there seemed to leap out at him. The wallpaper had been changed since June of 1966, but he knew that window and the view perfectly well. It was the western exposure of the presidential suite. Murder came next. The sitting room wall by the door leading into the bedroom was splashed with blood and what could only be white flecks of brain matter. A blank-faced cop was standing over a corpse hidden by a blanket. Jack stared, fascinated, and then his eyes moved up to the headline. Gangland-style shooting at Colorado Hotel, reputed crime overlord shot at Mountain Key Club. 2 others dead sidewinder. Colo, UPI, 40 miles from this sleepy Colorado town. A gangland-style execution has occurred in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. The Overlook Hotel, purchased 3 years ago as an exclusive key club by a Las Vegas firm, was the site of a triple shotgun slaying. 2 of the men were either the companions or bodyguards of Vittorio Ginelli, also known as the Chopper for his reputed involvement in a Boston slaying 20 years ago. Police were summoned by Robert Norman, manager of the Overlook, who said he heard shots and that some of the guests reported 2 men wearing stockings on their faces and carrying guns had fled down the fire escape and driven off in a late-model tan convertible. State Trooper Benjamin Moore discovered 2 dead men, later identified as Victor T. Borman and Roger McCassie, both of Las Vegas, outside the door of the presidential suite where 2 American presidents have stayed. Inside, Moore found the body of Ginelli sprawled on the floor. Ginelli was apparently fleeing his attackers when he was cut down. Moore said Ginelli had been shot with heavy-gauge shotguns at close range. Charles Grondin, the representative of the company which now owns the Overlook, could not be reached for. Below the clipping, in heavy strokes of a ballpoint pen, someone had written, "They took his balls along with them." Jack stared at that for a long time, feeling cold. Whose book was this? He turned the page at last, swallowing a click in his throat. Another column from Josh Branigar, this one dated early 1967. He only read the headline, "Notorious Hotel Sold Following Murder of Underworld Figure." The sheets following that clipping were blank. They took his balls along with them. He flipped back to the beginning, looking for a name or address. Even a room number, because he felt quite sure that whoever had kept this little book of memories had stayed at the hotel. But there was nothing. He was getting ready to go through all the clippings more closely this time when a voice called down the stairs. "Jack? Hon?" "Wendy." He started, almost guiltily, as if he had been drinking secretly, and she would smell the fumes on him. Ridiculous. He scrubbed his lips with his hand and called back, "Yeah, babe. Looking for rats." She was coming down. He heard her on the stairs, then crossing the boiler room. Quickly, without thinking why he might be doing it, B stuffed the scrapbook under a pile of bills and invoices. He stood up as she came through the arch. "What in the world have you been doing down here?" "It's almost 3 o'clock. He smiled. "Is it that late?" "I got rooting around through all this stuff. Trying to find out where the bodies are buried, I guess." The words clanged back viciously in his mind. She came closer, looking at him, and he unconsciously retreated a step, unable to help himself. He knew what she was doing. She was trying to smell liquor on him. Probably she wasn't even aware of it herself, but he was, and it made him feel both guilty and angry. "Your mouth is bleeding," she said in a curiously flat tone. "Huh?" He put his hand to his lips and winced at the thin stinging. His index finger came away bloody. His guilt increased. "You've been rubbing your mouth again," she said. He looked down and shrugged. "Yeah, I guess I have. It's been hell for you, hasn't it?" "No, not so bad. Has it gotten any easier?" He looked up at her and made his feet start moving. Once they were actually in motion, it was easier. He crossed to his wife and slipped an arm around her waist. He brushed aside a sheaf of her blonde hair and kissed her neck. "Yes," he said. "Where's Danny?" "Oh, he's around somewhere." It started to cloud up outside. "Hungry?" He slipped a hand over her taut, jeans-clad bottom with counterfeit lechery. "Likes a bear, madam. Watch out, slugger. Don't start something you can't finish." Fig, madam?" he asked, still rubbing. "Dirty pictures?" Unnatural positions. As they went through the arch, he threw one glance back at the box where the scrapbook, Whose was hidden. With the light out, it was only a shadow. He was relieved that he had gotten Wendy away. His lust became less acted, more natural as they approached the stairs. "Maybe," she said. "After we get you a sandwich, Yeek." She twisted away from him, giggling. "That tickles." "It tickles nosing like Jock Torrance would like to tickle you, madam." "Lay off, Jock. How about a ham and cheese?" For the first course. They went up the stairs together and Jack didn't look over his shoulder again. But he thought of Watson's words. Every big hotel has got a ghost. Why, hell, people come and go. Then Wendy shut the basement door behind them, closing it into darkness. Outside 217. Danny was remembering the words of someone else who had worked at the Overlook during the season. Her saying she'd seen something in one of the rooms where a bad thing happened. "That was in room 217, and I want you to promise me you won't go in there, Danny. Steer right clear." It was a perfectly ordinary door, no different from any other door on the first 2 floors of the hotel. It was dark gray, halfway down a corridor that ran at right angles to the main second-floor hallway. The numbers on the door looked no different from the house numbers on the Boulder apartment building they had lived in. A 2, a 1, and a 7, big deal. Just below them was a tiny glass circle, a peephole. Danny had tried several of them. From the inside, you got a wide fisheye view of the corridor. From outside, you could screw up your eye 7 ways to Sunday and still not see a thing. A dirty gyp. Why are you here? After the walk behind the Overlook, he and Mommy had come back and she had fixed him his favorite lunch, a cheese and bologna sandwich plus Campbell's bean soup. They ate in Dick's kitchen and talked. The radio was on, getting thin and crackly music from the Estes Park station. The kitchen was his favorite place in the hotel, and he guessed that Mommy and Daddy must feel the same way, because after trying their meals in the dining room for 3 days or so, they had begun eating in the kitchen by mutual consent, setting up chairs around Dick Halloran's butcher block, which was almost as big as their dining room table back in Stovington anyway. The dining room had been too depressing, even with the lights on and the music playing from the tape cassette system in the office. You were still just one of 3 people sitting at a table surrounded by dozens of other tables, all empty, all covered with those transparent plastic dust cloths. Mommy said it was like having dinner in the middle of a Horace Walpole novel, and Daddy had laughed and agreed. Danny had no idea who Horace Walpole was, but he did know that Mommy's cooking had begun to taste better as soon as they began to eat it in the kitchen. He kept discovering little flashes of Dick Halloran's personality lying around, and they reassured him like a warm touch. Mommy had eaten half a sandwich, no soup. She said Daddy must have gone out for a walk of his own since both the VW and the hotel truck were in the parking lot. She said she was tired and might lie down for an hour or so if he thought he could amuse himself and not get into trouble. Danny told her around a mouthful of cheese and bologna that he thought he could. "Why don't you go out into the playground?" she asked him. "I thought you'd love that place with a sandbox for your trucks and all." He swallowed and the food went down his throat in a lump that was dry and hard. "Maybe I will," he said, turning to the radio and fiddling with it. "And all those neat hedge animals," she said, taking his empty plate. "Your father's got to get out and trim them pretty soon." "Yeah," he said. "Just nasty things. Once it had to do with those damn hedges clipped to look like animals." "If you see your father before I do, tell him I'm lying down." "Sure, Mom." She put the dirty dishes in the sink and came back over to him. "Are you happy here, Danny?" He looked at her guilelessly, a milk mustache on his lip. "Uh-huh. No more bad dreams?" "No." Tony had come to him once, one night while he was lying in bed, calling his name faintly and from far away. Danny had squeezed his eyes tightly shut until Tony had gone. "You sure?" "Yes, Mom." She seemed satisfied. "How's your hand?" He flexed it for her. "All better." She nodded. Jack had taken the nest under the Pyrex bowl, full of frozen wasps, out to the incinerator in back of the equipment shed and burned it. They had seen no more wasps since. He had written to a lawyer in Boulder, enclosing the snaps of Danny's hand, and the lawyer had called back 2 days ago that had put Jack in a foul temper all afternoon. The lawyer doubted if the company that had manufactured the bug bomb could be sued successfully because there was only Jack to testify that he had followed directions printed on the package. Jack had asked the lawyer if they couldn't purchase some others and test them for the same defect. Yes, the lawyer said, but the results were highly doubtful even if all the test bombs malfunctioned. He told Jack of a case that involved an extension ladder company and a man who had broken his back. Wendy had commiserated with Jack, but privately she had just been glad that Danny had gotten off as cheaply as he had. It was best to leave lawsuits to people who understood them, and that did not include the Torrances. And they had seen no more wasps since. Go and play, Doc. Have fun. But he hadn't had fun. He had wandered aimlessly around the hotel, poking into the maids' closets and the janitor's rooms, looking for something interesting, not finding it. A small boy padding along a dark blue carpet woven with twisting black lines. He had tried a room door from time to time, but of course they were all locked. The passkey was hanging down in the office. He knew where, but Daddy had told him he shouldn't touch that. And he didn't want to. Did he? Why are you here? There was nothing aimless about it after all. He had been drawn to room 217 by a morbid kind of curiosity. He remembered a story Daddy had read to him once when he was drunk. That had been a long time ago, but the story was just as vivid now as when Daddy had read it to him. Mommy had scolded Daddy and asked what he was doing, reading a 3-year-old baby something so horrible. The name of the story was Bluebeard. That was clear in his mind, too, because he had thought at first Daddy was saying bluebird, and there were no bluebirds in the story, or birds of any kind for that matter. Actually, the story was about Bluebeard's wife, a pretty lady that had corn-colored hair like Mommy. After Bluebeard married her, they lived in a big and ominous castle that was not unlike the Overlook. And every day Bluebeard went off to work, and every day he would tell his pretty little wife not to look in a certain room, although the key to that room was hanging right on a hook, just like the passkey was hanging on the office wall downstairs. Bluebeard's wife had gotten more and more curious about the locked room. She tried to peep through the keyhole the way Danny had tried to look through room 217's peephole with similar unsatisfying results. There was even a picture of her getting down on her knees and trying to look under the door, but the crack wasn't wide enough. The door swung wide, and the old fairy tale book had depicted her discovery in ghastly, loving detail. The image was burned on Danny's mind. The severed heads of Bluebeard's 7 previous wives were in the room, each one on its own pedestal, the eyes turned up to whites, the mouths unhinged and gaping in silent screams. They were somehow balanced on necks ragged from the broadsword's decapitating swing, and there was blood running down the pedestals. Terrified, she had turned to flee from the room in the castle, only to discover Bluebeard standing in the doorway, his terrible eyes blazing. "I told you not to enter this room," Bluebeard said, unsheathing his sword. "Alas, in your curiosity you are like the other 7, and though I loved you best of all, your ending shall be as was theirs. Prepare to die, wretched woman." It seemed vaguely to Danny that the story had a happy ending, but that had paled to insignificance beside the 2 dominant images. The taunting, maddening locked door with some great secret behind it, and the grisly secret itself, repeated more than half a dozen times. The locked door, and behind it the heads, the severed beads. His hand reached out and stroked the room's doorknob, almost furtively. He had no idea how long he had been here, standing hypnotized before the bland, gray locked door. And maybe 3 times I've thought I've seen things. Nasty things. But Mr. Halloran Dick had also said he didn't think those things could hurt you. They were like scary pictures in a book, that was all, and maybe he wouldn't see anything. On the other hand, he plunged his left hand into his pocket and it came out holding the passkey. It had been there all along, of course. He held it by the square metal tab on the end, which had office printed on it in magic marker. He twirled the key on its chain, watching it go around and around. After several minutes of this, he stopped and slipped the passkey into the lock. It slid in smoothly, with no hitch, as if it had wanted to be there all along. "I've thought I've seen things." "Nasty things. Promise me you won't go in there." "I promise." And a promise was, of course, very important. Still, his curiosity itched at him as maddeningly as poison ivy in a place you aren't supposed to scratch. But it was a dreadful kind of curiosity, the kind that makes you peek through your fingers during the scariest parts of a scary movie. What was beyond that door would be no movie. "I don't think those things can hurt you. Like scary pictures in a book." Suddenly he reached out with his left hand, not sure of what it was going to do until it had removed the passkey and stuffed it back into his pocket. He stared at the door a moment longer, blue-gray eyes wide, then turned quickly and walked back down the corridor toward the main hallway that ran at right angles to the corridor he was in. Something made him pause there, and he wasn't sure what for a moment. Then he remembered that directly around this corner, on the way back to the stairs, there was one of those old-fashioned fire extinguishers curled up against the wall. Curled there like a dozing snake. They weren't chemical-type extinguishers at all, Daddy said, although there were several of those in the kitchen. These were the forerunner of the modern sprinkler systems. The long canvas hoses hooked directly into the Overlook's plumbing system, and by turning a single valve you could become a one-man fire department. Daddy said that the chemical extinguishers, which sprayed foam or CO, were much better. The chemicals smothered fires, took away the oxygen they needed to burn, while a high-pressure spray might just spread the flames around. Daddy said that Mr. Ullman should replace the old-fashioned hoses right along with the old-fashioned boiler, but Mr. Ullman would probably do neither because he was a cheap prick. Danny knew that this was one of the worst epithets his father could summon. It was applied to certain doctors, dentists, and appliance repairmen, and also to the head of his English department at Stovington, who had disallowed some of Daddy's book orders because he said the books would put them over budget. Over budget? Hell, he had fumed to Wendy Danny had been listening from his bedroom where he was supposed to be asleep. He's just saving the last $500 for himself, the cheap prick. Danny looked around the corner. The extinguisher was there, a Fiat hose folded back a dozen times on itself, the red tank attached to the wall. Above it was an axe in a glass case like a museum exhibit, with white words printed on a red background, in case of emergency. Break glass. Danny could read the word emergency, which was also the name of one of his favorite TV shows, but was unsure of the rest. But he didn't like the way the word was used in connection with that long Fiat hose. Emergency was fire, explosions, car crashes, hospitals, sometimes death. And he didn't like the way that hose hung so blandly on the wall. When he was alone, he always skittered past these extinguishers as fast as he could. No particular reason. It just felt better to go fast. It felt safer. Now, heart thumping loudly in his chest, he came around the corner and looked down the hall past the extinguisher to the stairs. Mommy was down there sleeping, and if Daddy was back from his walk, he would probably be sitting in the kitchen, eating a sandwich and reading a book. He would just walk right past that old extinguisher and go downstairs. He started toward it, moving closer to the far wall until his right arm was brushing the expensive silk paper. 20 steps away, 15 a dozen. When he was 10 steps away, the brass nozzle suddenly rolled off the fat loop it had been lying, sleeping, on and fell to the hall carpet with a dull thump. It lay there, the dark bore of its muzzle pointing at Danny. He stopped immediately, his shoulders twitching forward with the suddenness of his scare. His blood thumped thickly in his ears and temples. His mouth had gone dry and sour, his hands curled into fists. Yet the nozzle of the hose only lay there, its brass casing glowing mellowly, a loop of flat canvas leading back up to the red-painted frame bolted to the wall. So it had fallen off, so what? It was only a fire extinguisher, nothing else. It was stupid to think that it looked like some poison snake from Wide World of Animals that had hurt him and woken up. Even if the stitched canvas did look a little bit like scales, he would just step over it and go down the hall to the stairs, walking a little bit fast maybe to make sure it didn't snap out after him and curl around his foot. He wiped his lips with his left hand, in unconscious imitation of his father, and took a step forward. No movement from the hose. Another step. Nothing. There, see how stupid you are? You got all worked up thinking about that dumb room and that dumb Bluebeard story, and that hose was probably ready to fall off for the last 5 years. That's all. Danny stared at the hose on the floor and thought of wasps. 8 steps away, the nozzle of the hose gleamed peacefully at him from the rug as if to say, "Don't worry. I'm just a hose, that's all. And even if that isn't all, what I do to you won't be much worse than a bee sting or a wasp sting. What would I want to do to a nice little boy like you? Except bite. And bite. And bite." Danny took another step and another. His breath was dry and harsh in his throat. Panic was close now. He began to wish the hose would move. Then at last he would know. He would be sure. He took another step, and now he was within striking distance. But it's not going to strike at you, he thought hysterically. How can it strike at you, bite at you, when it's just a hose? Maybe it's full of wasps. His internal temperature plummeted to 10 below zero. He stared at the black bore in the center of the nozzle, nearly hypnotized. Maybe it was full of wasps, secret wasps, their brown bodies bloated with poison, so full of autumn poison that it dripped from their stingers in clear drops of fluid. Suddenly he knew that he was nearly frozen with terror. If he did not make his feet go now, they would become locked to the carpet, and he would stay here, staring at the black hole in the center of the brass nozzle, like a bird staring at a snake. He would stay here until his daddy found him, and then what would happen? With a high moan, he made himself run. As he reached the hose, some trick of the light made the nozzle seem to move, to revolve as if to strike, and he leaped high in the air above it. In his panicky state, it seemed that his legs pushed him nearly all the way to the ceiling, that he could feel the stiff back hairs that formed his cowlick brushing the hallway's plaster ceiling, although later he knew that couldn't have been so. He came down on the other side of the hose and ran, and suddenly he heard it behind him, coming for him. The soft, dry wicker of that brass snake's head as it slithered rapidly along the carpet after him like a rattlesnake moving swiftly through a dry field of grass. It was coming for him, and suddenly the stairs seemed very far away. They seemed to retreat a running step into the distance for each running step he took toward them. "Daddy!" he tried to scream, but his closed throat would not allow a word to pass. He was on his own. Behind him the sound grew louder, the dry sliding sound of the snake slipping swiftly over the carpet's dry hackles. At his heels now, perhaps rising up with the clear poison dribbling from its brass snout, Danny reached the stairs and had to pinwheel his arms crazily for balance. For one moment it seemed sure that he would cartwheel over and go head for heels to the bottom. He threw a glance back over his shoulder. The hose had not moved. It lay as it had lain, one loop off the frame, the brass nozzle on the hall floor, the nozzle pointing disinterestedly away from him. "You see, stupid?" he berated himself. "You made it all up, scaredy cat. It was all your imagination, scaredy cat, scaredy cat." He clung to the stairway railing, his legs trembling in reaction. It never chased you, his mind told him, and seized on that thought and played it back. Never chased you, never chased you, never did, never did. It was nothing to be afraid of. Why, he could go back and put that hose right into its frame if he wanted to. He could, but he didn't think he would. Because what if it had chased him and had gone back when it saw that it couldn't quite catch him? The hose lay on the carpet, almost seeming to ask him if he would like to come back and try again. Panting, Danny ran downstairs, talking to Mr. Ullman. The Sidewinder Public Library was a small retiring building 1 block down from the town's business area. It was a modest vine-covered building, and the wide concrete walk up to the door was lined with the corpses of last summer's flowers. On the lawn was a large bronze statue of a Civil War general Jack had never heard of, although he had been something of a Civil War buff in his teenage years. The newspaper files were kept downstairs. They consisted of the Sidewinder Gazette that had gone bust in 1963, the Estes Park Daily, and the Boulder Camera. No Denver papers at all. Sighing, Jack settled for the Camera. When the files reached 1965, the actual newspapers were replaced by spools of microfilm, a federal grant, the librarian told him brightly. "We hope to do 1958 to 64 when the next check comes through, but they're so slow, aren't they? You will be careful, won't you? I just know you will. Call if you need me." The only reading machine had a lens that had somehow gotten warped. And by the time Wendy put her hand on his shoulder some 45 minutes after he had switched from the actual papers, he had a juicy thumper of a headache. "Danny's in the park," she said, "but I don't want him outside too long." "How much longer do you think you'll be?" 10 minutes, he said. Actually, he had traced down the last of the Overlooks. Fascinating history, the years. Between the gangland shooting and the takeover. By Stuart Ullman & Co., but he felt the same reticence about telling Wendy. "What are you up to, anyway?" she asked. She roughed his hair as she said it, but her voice was only half teasing. "Looking up some old Overlook history," he said. "Any particular reason?" "No, and why the hell are you so interested anyway?" "Just curiosity. Find anything interesting?" "Not much," he said, having to strive to keep his voice pleasant now. She was prying, just the way she had always pried and poked at him when they had been at Stovington, and Danny was still a crib infant. "Where are you going, Jack? When will you be back? How much money do you have with you? Are you going to take the car? Is Al going to be with you? Will one of you stay sober?" On and on. She had, pardon the expression, driven him to drink. Maybe that hadn't been the only reason, but by Christ, let's tell the truth here and admit it was one of them. Nag and nag and nag until you wanted to clout her one just to shut her up and stop the where, when, how, are you, will you? Endless flow of questions. It could give you a real headache. Hangover headache. The reader. The damn reader with its distorted print. That was why he had such a cunt of a headache. "Jack, are you all right? You look pale." He snapped his head away from her fingers. I am fine. She recoiled from his hot eyes and tried on a smile that was a size too small. Well, if you are, I'll just go and wait in the park with Danny. She was starting away now, her smile dissolving into a bewildered expression of hurt. He called to her, Wendy? She looked back from the foot of the stairs. What, Jack? He got up and went over to her. I'm sorry, babe. I guess I'm really not all right. That machine. The lens is distorted. I've got a really bad headache. Got any aspirin? Sure. She pawed in her purse and came up with a tin of Anasin. You keep them. He took the tin. No Excedrin? He saw the small recoil on her face and understood. It had been a bitter sort of joke between them at first, before the drinking had gotten too bad for jokes. He had claimed that Excedrin was the only non-prescription drug ever invented that could stop a hangover dead in its tracks. Absolutely the only one. He had begun to think of his morning after thumpers as Excedrin headache number VAT 69. No Excedrin, she said. Sorry. That's okay, he said. These'll do just fine. But of course they wouldn't, and she should have known it too. At times she could be the stupidest bitch. Want some water? She asked brightly. No, I just want you to get the fuck out of here. I'll get some at the drinking fountain when I go up. Thanks. Okay. She started up the stairs, good legs moving gracefully under a short tan wool skirt. We'll be in the park. Right. He slipped the tin of Anasin absently into his pocket, went back to the reader, and turned it off. When he was sure she was gone, he went upstairs himself. God, but it was a lousy headache. If you were going to have a vice gripper like this one, you ought to at least be allowed the pleasure of a few drinks to balance it off. He tried to put the thought from his mind, more ill-tempered than ever. He went to the main desk, fingering a matchbook cover with a telephone number on it. Ma'am, do you have a pay telephone? No, sir, but you can use mine if it's local. It's long distance, sorry. Well then, I guess the drugstore would be your best bet. They have a booth. Thanks. He went out and down the walk, past the anonymous Civil War general. He began to walk toward the business block, hands stuffed in his pockets, head thudding like a leaden bell. The sky was also leaden. It was November 7th, and with the new month the weather had become threatening. There had been a number of snow flurries. There had been snow in October too, but that had melted. The new flurries had stayed, a light frosting over everything. It sparkled in the sunlight like fine crystal. But there had been no sunlight today, and even as he reached the drugstore it began to spit snow again. The phone booth was at the back of the building, and he was halfway down an aisle of patent medicines, jingling his change in his pocket, when his eyes fell on the white boxes with their green print. He took one of them to the cashier, paid, and went back to the telephone booth. He pulled the door closed, put his change and matchbook cover on the counter, and dialed O. Your call, please. Fort Lauderdale, Florida operator. He gave her the number there and the number in the booth. When she told him it would be $1.90 for the first 3 minutes, he dropped 8 quarters into the slot, wincing each time the bell bonged in his ear. Then, left in limbo with only the faraway clickings and gabblings of connection-making, he took the green bottle of Excedrin out of its box, pried up the white cap, and dropped the wad of cotton batting to the floor of the booth. Cradling the phone receiver between his ear and shoulder, he shook out 3 of the white tablets and lined them up on the counter beside his remaining change. He recapped the bottle and put it in his pocket. At the other end, the phone was picked up on the first ring. Surf Sand Resort, how may we help you? The perky female voice asked. I'd like to speak with the manager, please. Do you mean Mr. Trent or... I mean Mr. Ullman. I believe Mr. Ullman is busy, but if you would like me to check... I would. Tell him it's Jack Torrance calling from Colorado. One moment, please. She put him on hold. Jack's dislike for that cheap, self-important little prick Ullman came flooding back. He took one of the Excedrins from the counter, regarded it for a moment, then put it into his mouth and began to chew it, slowly and with relish. The taste flooded back like memory, making his saliva squirt in mingled pleasure and unhappiness. A dry, bitter taste, but a compelling one. He swallowed with a grimace. Chewing aspirin had been a habit with him in his drinking days. He hadn't done it at all since then. But when your headache was bad enough, a hangover headache or one like this one, chewing them seemed to make them get to work quicker. He had read somewhere that chewing aspirin could become addictive. Where had he read that anyway? Frowning, he tried to think. And then Ullman came on the line. Torrance? What's the trouble? No trouble, he said. The boiler's okay, and I haven't even gotten around to murdering my wife yet. I'm saving that until after the holidays, when things get dull. Very funny. Why are you calling? I'm a busy man, yes, I understand that. I'm calling about some things that you didn't tell me during your history of the Overlook's great and honorable past. Like how Horace Derwent sold it to a bunch of Las Vegas sharpies who dealt it through so many dummy corporations that not even the IRS knew who really owned it. About how they waited until the time was right and then turned it into a playground for mafia bigwigs. And about how it had to be shut down in 1966 when one of them got a little bit dead, along with his bodyguards, who were standing outside the door to the presidential suite. Great place. The Overlook's presidential suite. Wilson, Harding, Roosevelt, Nixon, and Vito the Chopper, right? There was a moment of surprised silence on the other end of the line, and then Ullman said quietly, I don't see how that can have any bearing on your job. Mr. Torrance, the best part happened after Janelli was shot, though, don't you think? 2 more quick shuffles. Now you see it, and now you don't. And then the Overlook is suddenly owned by a private citizen, a woman named Sylvia Hunter, who just happened to be Sylvia Hunter Derwent from 1942 to 1948. Your 3 minutes are up, the operator said. Signal went through. My dear Mr. Torrance, all of this is public knowledge and ancient history. It formed no part of my knowledge, Jack said. I doubt if many other people know it either. Not all of it. They remember the Janelli shooting. Maybe, but I doubt if anybody has put together all the wondrous and strange shuffles the Overlook has been through since 1945. And it always seems like Derwent or a Derwent associate comes up with the door prize. What was Sylvia Hunter running up there in 67 and 68, Mr. Ullman? It was a whorehouse, wasn't it? Torrance! His shock crackled across 2,000 miles of telephone cable without losing a thing. Smiling, Jack popped another Excedrin into his mouth and chewed it. She sold out after a rather well-known U.S. senator died of a heart attack up there. There were rumors that he was found naked except for black nylon stockings and a garter belt and a pair of high-heeled pumps. Patent leather pumps, as a matter of fact. That's a vicious, damnable lie, Ullman cried. Is it? Jack asked. He was beginning to feel better. The headache was draining away. He took the last Excedrin and chewed it up, enjoying the bitter, powdery taste as the tablet shredded in his mouth. It was a very unfortunate occurrence, Ullman said. Now what is the point, Torrance? If you're planning to write some ugly smear article, if this is some ill-conceived, stupid blackmail idea. Nothing of the sort, Jack said. I called because I didn't think you played square with me. And because didn't play square? Ullman cried. My God. Did you think I was going to share a large pile of dirty laundry with the hotel's caretaker? Who in heaven's name do you think you are? And how could those old stories possibly affect you anyway? Or do you think there are ghosts parading up and down the halls of the West Wing wearing bedsheets and crying, whoa? No, I don't think there are any ghosts. But you raked up a lot of my personal history before you gave me the job. You had me on the carpet, quizzing me about my ability to take care of your hotel like a little boy in front of the teacher's desk for peeing in the coat room. You embarrassed me. I just do not believe your cheek, your bloody damned impertinence, Ullman said. He sounded as if he might be choking. I'd like to sack you, and perhaps I will. I think Al Shockley might object, strenuously. And I think you may have finally overestimated Mr. Shockley's commitment to you, Mr. Torrance. For a moment, Jack's headache came back in all its thudding glory, and he closed his eyes against the pain. As if from a distance away, he heard himself ask, Who owns the Overlook now? Is it still Derwent Enterprises, or are you too small fry to know? I think that will do, Mr. Torrance. You are an employee of the hotel, no different from a busboy or a kitchen pot scrubber. I have no intention of... Okay, I'll write Al, Jack said. He'll know. After all, he's on the board of directors. And I might just add a little P.S. to the effect that Derwent doesn't own it. What? I couldn't quite make that out. I said Derwent doesn't own it. The stockholders are all Easterners. Your friend Mr. Shockley owns the largest block of stock himself, better than 35%. You would know better than I if he has any ties to Derwent. Who else? I have no intention of divulging the names of the other stockholders to you. Mr. Torrance, I intend to bring this whole matter to the attention of... One other question. I am under no obligation to you. Most of the Overlook's history, savory and unsavory alike, I found in a scrapbook that was in the cellar. Big thing with white leather covers. Gold thread for binding. Do you have any idea whose scrapbook that might be? None at all. Is it possible it could have belonged to Grady? The caretaker who killed himself? Mr. Torrance, Ullman said in tones of deepest frost. I am by no means sure that Mr. Grady could read, let alone dig out the rotten apples you have been wasting my time with. I'm thinking of writing a book about the Overlook Hotel. I thought if I actually got through it, the owner of the scrapbook would like to have an acknowledgement at the front. I think writing a book about the Overlook would be very unwise, Ullman said. Especially a book done from your, point of view. Your opinion doesn't surprise me. His headache was all gone now. There had been that one flash of pain, and that was all. His mind felt sharp and accurate, all the way down to millimeters. It was the way he usually felt only when the writing was going extremely well, or when he had a 3-drink buzz on. That was another thing he had forgotten about Excedrin. He didn't know if it worked for others, but for him, crunching 3 tablets was like an instant high. Now he said, what you'd like is some sort of commissioned guidebook that you could hand out free to the guests when they checked in. Something with a lot of glossy photos of the mountains at sunrise and sunset and a lemon meringue text to go with it. Also a section on the colorful people who have stayed there, of course excluding the really colorful ones like Janelli and his friends. If I felt I could fire you and be 100% certain of my own job instead of just 95%, Ullman said in clipped, strangled tones, I would fire you right this minute over the telephone. But since I feel that 5% of uncertainty, I intend to call Mr. Shockley the moment you're off the line. Which will be soon, or so I devoutly hope. Jack said, there isn't going to be anything in the book that isn't true, you know. There's no need to dress it up. Why are you baiting him? Do you want to be fired? I don't care if Chapter 5 is about the Pope of Rome screwing the shade of the Virgin Mary, Ullman said, his voice rising. I want you out of my hotel. It's not your hotel, Jack screamed and slammed the receiver into its cradle. He sat on the stool breathing hard, a little scared now, a little? Hell, a lot, wondering why in the name of God he had called Ullman in the first place. You lost your temper again, Jack? Yes. Yes, he had. No sense trying to deny it. And the bell of it was, he had no idea how much influence that cheap little prick had over Al, no more than he knew how much bullshit Al would take from him in the name of Auld Lang Syne. If Ullman was as good as he claimed to be, and if he gave Al a he goes or I go ultimatum, might not Al be forced to take it? He closed his eyes and tried to imagine telling Wendy, guess what, babe? I lost another job. This time I had to go through 2,000 miles of Bell telephone cable to find someone to punch out, but I managed it. He opened his eyes and wiped his mouth with his handkerchief. He wanted a drink. Hell, he needed one. There was a cafe just down the street. Surely he had time for a quick beer on his way up to the park, just one to lay the dust. He clenched his hands together helplessly. The question recurred, why had he called Ullman in the first place? The number of the surf sand in Lauderdale had been written in a small notebook by the phone and the CB radio in the office plumbers' numbers, carpenters, glaziers, electricians, others. Jack had copied it onto the matchbook cover shortly after getting out of bed, the idea of calling Ullman full-blown and gleeful in his mind. But to what purpose? Once, during the drinking phase, Wendy had accused him of desiring his own destruction, but not possessing the necessary moral fiber to support a full-blown death wish. So he manufactured ways in which other people could do it, lopping a piece at a time off himself and their family. Could it be true? Was B afraid somewhere inside that the Overlook might be just what he needed to finish his play and generally collect tip his shit and get it together? Was he blowing the whistle on himself? Please, God, no. Don't let it be that way. Please. He closed his eyes, and an image immediately arose on the darkened screen of his inner lids, sticking his hand through that hole in the shingles to pull out the rotted flashing, the sudden needling sting, his own agonized, startled cry in the still and unheeding air, "Oh, you goddamn fucking son of a bitch." Replaced with an image 2 years earlier, himself stumbling into the house at 3 a.m, drunk, falling over a table and sprawling full length on the floor, cursing, waking Wendy up on the couch. Wendy turning on the light, seeing his clothes ripped and smeared from some cloudy parking lot scuffle that had occurred at a vaguely remembered honky-tonk just over the New Hampshire border. Hours before, crusted blood under his nose, now looking up at his wife, blinking stupidly in the light like a mole in the sunshine, and Wendy saying dully, "You son of a bitch, you woke Danny up. If you don't care about yourself, can't you care a little bit about us? Oh, why do I even bother talking to you?" The telephone rang, making him jump. He snatched it off the cradle, illogically sure it must be either Ullman or Al Shockley. "What?" he barked. "Your overtime, sir. $3.50. "I'll have to break some ones," he said. "Wait a minute." He put the phone on the shelf, deposited his last 6 quarters, then went out to the cashier to get more. He performed the transaction automatically, his mind running in a single closed circle like a squirrel on an exercise wheel. Why had he called Ullman? Because Ullman had embarrassed him? He had been embarrassed before, and by real masters, the Grand Master, of course, being himself. Simply to crow at the man, expose his hypocrisy? Jack didn't think he was that petty. His mind tried to seize on the scrapbook as a valid reason, but that wouldn't hold water either. The chances of Ullman knowing who the owner was were no more than 2 in 1,000. At the interview, he had treated the seller as another country, a nasty underdeveloped one at that. Mew. If he had really wanted to know, he would have called Watson, whose winter number was also in the office notebook. Even Watson would not have been a sure thing but surer than Ullman. And telling him about the book idea, that had been another stupid thing. Incredibly stupid. Besides jeopardizing his job, he could be closing off wide channels of information once Ullman called around and told people to beware of New Englanders bearing questions about the Overlook Hotel. He could have done his researches quietly, mailing off polite letters, perhaps even arranging some interviews in the spring, and then laughed up his sleeve at Ullman's rage when the book came out and he was safely away. The masked author strikes again. Instead, he had made that damned senseless call, lost his temper, antagonized Ullman, and brought out all of the hotel manager's Little Caesar tendencies. Why? If it wasn't an effort to get himself thrown out of the good job Al had snagged for him, then what was it? He deposited the rest of the money in the slots and hung up the phone. It really was the senseless kind of thing he might have done if he had been drunk, but he had been sober, dead cold sober. Walking out of the drugstore, he crunched another Excedrin into his mouth, grimacing, yet relishing the bitter taste. On the walk outside, he met Wendy and Danny. "Hey, we were just coming after you," Wendy said. "Snowing, don't you know?" Jack blinked up. So it is. It was snowing hard. Sidewinder's main street was already heavily powdered, the center line obscured. Danny had his head tilted up to the white sky, his mouth open and his tongue out to catch some of the fat flakes drifting down. "Do you think this is it?" Wendy asked. Jack shrugged. "I don't know. I was hoping for another week or 2 of grace. We still might get it. Grace, that was it. I'm sorry, Al. Grace, your mercy. For your mercy. One more chance, I am heartily sorry." How many times, over how many years, had he, a grown man, asked for the mercy of another chance? He was suddenly so sick of himself, so revolted, that he could have groaned aloud. "How's your headache?" she asked, studying him closely. He put an arm around her and hugged her tight. "Better. Come on, you two. Let's go home while we still can." They walked back to where the hotel truck was slant parked against the curb, Jack in the middle, his left arm around Wendy's shoulders, his right hand holding Danny's hand. He had called it home for the first time, for better or worse. As he got behind the truck's wheel, it occurred to him that while he was fascinated by the Overlook, he didn't much like it. He wasn't sure it was good for either his wife, or his son, or himself. Maybe that was why he had called Ullman, to be fired while there was still time. He backed the truck out of its parking space and headed them out of town and up into the mountains. Night thoughts. It was 10 o'clock. Their quarters were filled with counterfeit sleep. Jack lay on his side, facing the wall, eyes open, listening to Wendy's slow and regular breathing. The taste of dissolved aspirin was still on his tongue, making it feel rough and slightly numb. Al Shockley had called at 6:15, 7:45 back east. Wendy had been downstairs with Danny, sitting in front of the lobby fireplace and reading. "Person to person," the operator said, "for Mr. Jack Torrance." Speaking. He had switched the phone to his right hand, had dug his handkerchief out of his back pocket with his left, and had wiped his tender lips with it. Then he lit a cigarette. Al's voice then, strong in his ear. "Jackie boy, what in the name of God are you up to?" "Hi, Al." He snuffed the cigarette and groped for the Excedrin bottle. "What's going on, Jack? I got this weird phone call from Stuart Ullman this afternoon. And when Stu Ullman calls long distance out of his own pocket, you know the shit has hit the fan. Ullman has nothing to worry about, Al. Neither do you." "What exactly is the nothing we don't have to worry about?" Stu made it sound like a cross between blackmail and a National Enquirer feature on the Overlook. "Talk to me, boy." "I wanted to poke him a little," Jack said. "When I came up here to be interviewed, he had to drag out all my dirty laundry. Drinking problem. Lost your last job for racking over a student. Wonder if you're the right man for this, etc. The thing that bugged me was that he was bringing all this up because he loved the goddamn hotel so much. The beautiful Overlook. The traditional Overlook. The bloody sacred Overlook. Well, I found a scrapbook in the basement. Somebody had put together all the less savory aspects of Ullman's cathedral. And it looked to me like a little black mass had been going on after hours. I hope that's metaphorical, Jack." Al's voice sounded frighteningly cold. "It is. But I did find out. I know the hotel's history." Jack ran a hand through his hair, so I called him up and poked him with it. "I admit it wasn't very bright, and I sure wouldn't do it again. End of story. Stu says you're planning to do a little dirty laundry airing yourself. Stu is an asshole." He barked into the phone. "I told him I had an idea of writing about the Overlook. Yes, I do. I think this place forms an index of the whole post-World War II American character. That sounds like an inflated claim, stated so baldly. I know it does. But it's all here, Al. My God, it could be a great book. But it's far in the future. I can promise you that. I've got more on my plate right now than I can eat and—" "Jack, that's not good enough." He found himself gaping at the black receiver of the phone, unable to believe what he had surely heard. "What? Al, did you say?" "I said what I said. How long is far in the future, Jack? For you it may be 2 years, maybe 5. For me it's 30 or 40 because I expect to be associated with the Overlook for a long time." "The thought of you doing some sort of a scum job on my hotel and passing it off as a great piece of American writing, that makes me sick." Jack was speechless. "I tried to help you, Jackie boy. We went through the war together, and I thought I owed you some help. You remember the war?" "I remember it," he muttered, but the coals of resentment had begun to glow around his heart. First Ullman, then Wendy, now Al. What was this? National Let's Pick Jack Torrance Apart Week. He clamped his lips more tightly together, reached for his cigarettes and knocked them off onto the floor. Had he ever liked this cheap prick talking to him from his mahogany-lined den in Vermont? Had he really? "Before you hit that Hatfield kid," Al was saying, "I had talked the board out of letting you go and even had them swung around to considering tenure. You blew that one for yourself. I got you this hotel thing, a nice quiet place for you to get yourself together, finish your play, and wait it out until Harry Effinger and I could convince the rest of those guys that they made a big mistake. Now it looks like you want to chew my arm off on your way to a bigger killing." "Is that the way you say thanks to your friends, Jack?" "No," he whispered. He didn't dare say more. His head was throbbing with the hot, acid-etched words that wanted to get out. He tried desperately to think of Danny and Wendy, depending on him. Danny and Wendy sitting peacefully downstairs in front of the fire and working on the first of the second-grade reading primers, thinking everything was A-okay. If he lost this job, what then? Off to California in that tired old VW with the disintegrating fuel pump like a family of Dust Bowl Okies. He told himself he would get down on his knees and beg Al before he let that happen. But still the words struggled to pour out, and the hand holding the hot wires of his rage felt greased. "What?" Al said sharply. "No," he said. "That is not the way I treat my friends, and you know it." "How do I know it?" "At the worst, you're planning to smear my hotel by digging up bodies that were decently buried years ago. At the best, you call up my temperamental but extremely competent hotel manager and work him into a frenzy as part of some stupid kid's game. It was more than a game, Al. It's easier for you. You don't have to take some rich friend's charity. You don't need a friend in court because you are the court. The fact that you were one step from a brown bag lush goes pretty much unmentioned, doesn't it?" I suppose it does, Al said. His voice had dropped a notch and he sounded tired of the whole thing. But Jack, I can't help that. I can't change that. I know, Jack said emptily. Am I fired? I guess you better tell me if I am. Not if you'll do two things for me. All right. Hadn't you better hear the conditions before you accept them? No. Give me your deal and I'll take it. There's Wendy and Danny to think about. If you want my balls, I'll send them airmail. Are you sure self-pity is a luxury you can afford, Jack? He had closed his eyes and slid an Excedrin between his dry lips. At this point, I feel it's the only one I can afford. Fire away. No pun intended. Al was silent for a moment. Then he said, First, no more calls to Ullman, not even if the place burns down. If that happens, call the maintenance man. That guy who swears all the time. You know who I mean. Watson. Yes. Okay, done. Second, you promise me, Jack. Word of honor. No book about a famous Colorado mountain hotel with a history. For a moment his rage was so great that B literally could not speak. The blood beat loudly in his ears. It was like getting a call from some 20th century Medici prince. No portraits of my family with their warts showing, please, or back to the rabble you'll go. I subsidize no pictures but pretty pictures. When you paint the daughter of my good friend and business partner, please omit birthmark or back to the rabble you'll go. Of course we're friends. We are both civilized men, aren't we? We've shared bed and board and bottle. We'll always be friends, and the dog collar I have on you will always be ignored by mutual consent, and I'll take good and benevolent care of you. All I ask in return is your soul. Small item. We can even ignore the fact that you've handed it over, the way we ignore the dog collar. Remember, my talented friend, there are Michelangelos begging everywhere in the streets of Rome. Jack, you there? He made a strangled noise that was intended to be the word yes. Al's voice was firm and very sure of itself. I really don't think I'm asking so much, Jack. And, there will be other books. You just can't expect me to subsidize you while you... All right, agreed. I don't want you to think I'm trying to control your artistic life, Jack. You know me better than that. It's just that... What? Is Derwent still involved with the Overlook, somehow? I don't see how that can possibly be any concern of yours, Jack. No, he said distantly. I suppose it isn't. Listen, Al, I think I hear Wendy calling me for something. I'll get back to you. Sure thing, Jackie boy. We'll have a good talk. How are things? Dry? You've got your pound of flesh, blood, and all now. Can't you leave me alone? As a bone. Here, too, I'm actually beginning to enjoy sobriety. I'll get back, Al, Wendy. Sure. Okay. And so he had hung up, and that was when the cramps had come, hitting him like lightning bolts, making him curl up in front of the telephone like a penitent, hands over his belly, head throbbing like a monstrous bladder, the moving wasp having stung moves on. It had passed a little when Wendy came upstairs and asked him who had been on the phone. Al, he said. He called to ask how things were going. I said they were fine. Jack, you look terrible. Are you sick? Headache's back. I'm going to bed early. No sense trying to write. Can I get you some warm milk? He smiled wanly. That would be nice. And now he lay beside her, feeling her warm and sleeping thigh against his own. Thinking of the conversation with Al, how he had groveled, still made him hot and cold by turns. Someday there would be a reckoning. Someday there would be a book. Not the soft and thoughtful thing he had first considered, but a gem. Hard work, of research, photo section and all, and he would pull apart the entire Overlook history, nasty, incestuous ownership deals and all. He would spread it all out for the reader like a dissected crayfish. And if Al Shockley had connections with the Derwent Empire, then God help him. Strung up like piano wire, he lay staring into the dark, knowing it might be hours yet before he could sleep. Wendy Torrance lay on her back, eyes closed, listening to the sound of her husband's slumber, the long inhale, the brief hold, the slightly guttural exhale. Where did he go when he slept, she wondered. To some amusement park, A great Barrington of dreams where all the rides were free and there was no wife-mother along to tell them they had had enough hot dogs or that they'd better be going if they wanted to get home by dark. Or was it some fathoms deep bar where the drinking never stopped and the bat wings were always propped open and all the old companions were gathered around the electronic hockey game, glasses in hand, Al Shockley prominent among them with his tie loosened and the top button of his shirt undone, a place where both she and Danny were excluded and the boogie went on endlessly? Wendy was worried about him, the old helpless worry that she had hoped was behind her forever in Vermont, as if worry could somehow not cross state lines. She didn't like what the Overlook seemed to be doing to Jack and Danny. The most frightening thing, vaporous and unmentioned, perhaps unmentionable, was that all of Jack's drinking symptoms had come back, one by one. All but the drink itself. The constant wiping of the lips with hand or handkerchief, as if to rid them of excess moisture. Long pauses at the typewriter, more balls of paper in the wastebasket. There had been a bottle of Excedrin on the telephone table tonight after Al had called him, but no water glass. He had been chewing them again. He got irritated over little things. He would unconsciously start snapping his fingers in a nervous rhythm when things got too quiet. Increased profanity. She had begun to worry about his temper too. It would almost come as a relief if he would lose it, blow off steam, in much the same way that he went down to the basement first thing in the morning and last thing at night to dump the press on the boiler. It would almost be good to see him curse and kick a chair across the room or slam a door. But those things, always an integral part of his temperament, had almost wholly ceased. Yet she had the feeling that Jack was more and more often angry with her or Danny, but was refusing to let it out. The boiler had a pressure gauge. Old, cracked, clotted with grease, but still workable. Jack had none. She had never been able to read him very well. Danny could, but Danny wasn't talking, and the call from Al. At about the same time it had come, Danny had lost all interest in the story they had been reading. He left her to sit by the fire and crossed to the main desk where Jack had constructed a roadway for his matchbox cars and trucks. The violent violet Volkswagen was there, and Danny had begun to push it rapidly back and forth. Pretending to read her own book, but actually looking at Danny over the top of it, she had seen an odd amalgam of the ways she and Jack expressed. Anxiety, the wiping of the lips, running both hands nervously through his hair, as she had done while waiting for Jack to come home from his round of the bars. She couldn't believe Al had called just to ask how things were going. If you wanted to shoot the bull, you called Al. When Al called you, that was business. Later, when she had come back downstairs, she had found Danny curled up by the fire again, reading the second-grade primer adventures of Joe and Rachel at the circus with their daddy in complete absorbed attention. The fidgety distraction had completely disappeared. Watching him, she had been struck again by the eerie certainty that Danny knew more and understood more than there was room for in Dr. Just Call Me Bill Edmonds's philosophy. "Hey, time for bed, Doc," she'd said. "Yeah, okay." He marked his place in the book and stood up. "Wash up and brush your teeth." "Okay. Don't forget to use the floss." "I won't." They stood side by side for a moment, watching the wax and wane of the coals of the fire. Most of the lobby was chilly and drafty, but this circle around the fireplace was magically warm and hard to leave. "It was Uncle Al on the phone," she said casually. "Oh yeah?" Totally unsurprised. "I wonder if Uncle Al was mad at Daddy," she said, still casually. "Yeah, he sure was," Danny said, still watching the fire. "He didn't want Daddy to write the book." "What book, Danny?" "About the hotel." The question framed on her lips was one she and Jack had asked Danny 1,000 times. "How do you know that?" She hadn't asked him. She didn't want to upset him before bed or make him aware that they were casually discussing his knowledge of things he had no way of knowing at all. And he did know. She was convinced of that. Dr. Edmonds' patter about inductive reasoning and subconscious logic was just that. Patter, her sister. How had Danny known she was thinking about Aileen in the waiting room that day? And "I dreamed Daddy had an accident." She shook her head as if to clear it. "Go wash up, Doc." "Okay." He ran up the stairs toward their quarters. Frowning, she had gone into the kitchen to warm Jack's milk in a saucepan. And now, lying wakeful in her bed and listening to her husband's breathing and the wind outside. Miraculously, they'd had only another flurry that afternoon, still no heavy snow. She let her mind turn fully to her lovely, troubling son, born with a caul over his face, a simple tissue of membrane that doctors saw perhaps once in every 700 births, a tissue that the old wives' tales said betokened the second sight. She decided that it was time to talk to Danny about the Overlook, and high time she tried to get Danny to talk to her. Tomorrow, for sure. The two of them would be going down to the Sidewinder public library to see if they could get him some second-grade level books on an extended loan through the winter, and she would talk to him. And frankly, with that thought she felt a little easier, and at last began to drift towards sleep. Danny lay awake in his bedroom, eyes open, left arm encircling his aged and slightly worse-for-wear Pooh. Pooh had lost one shoe-button eye and was oozing stuffing from half a dozen sprung seams, listening to his parents sleep in their bedroom. He felt as if he were standing unwilling guard over them. The nights were the worst of all. He hated the nights and the constant howl of the wind around the west side of the hotel. His glider floated overhead from a string. On his bureau, the VW model, brought up from the roadway setup downstairs, glowed a dimly fluorescent purple. His books were in the bookcase, his coloring books on the desk. A place for everything and everything in its place, Mommy said. Then you know where it is when you want it. But now things had been misplaced. Things were missing. Worse. Still, things had been added. Things you couldn't quite see, like in one of those pictures that said, "Can you see the Indians?" And if you strained and squinted, you could see some of them. The thing you had taken for a cactus at first glance was really a brave with a knife clamped in his teeth, and there were others hiding in the rocks, and you could even see one of their evil, merciless faces peering through the spokes of a covered wagon wheel. But you could never see all of them, and that was what made you uneasy, because it was the ones you couldn't see that would sneak up behind you, a tomahawk in one hand and a scalping knife in the other. He shifted uneasily in his bed, his eyes searching out the comforting glow of the nightlight. Things were worse here. He knew that much for sure. At first they hadn't been so bad, but little by little, his daddy thought about drinking a lot more. Sometimes he was angry at Mommy and didn't know why. He went around wiping his lips with his handkerchief and his eyes were far away and cloudy. Mommy was worried about him and Danny too. He didn't have to shine into her to know that. It had been in the anxious way she had questioned him on the day the fire hose had seemed to turn into a snake. Mr. Halloran said he thought all mothers could shine a little bit, and she had known on that day that something had happened, but not what. He had almost told her, but a couple of things had held him back. He knew that the doctor in Sidewinder had dismissed Tony and the things that Tony showed him as perfectly, well, almost normal. His mother might not believe him if he told her about the hose. Worse, she might believe him in the wrong way, might think he was losing his marbles. He understood a little about losing your marbles, not as much as he did about getting a baby, which his mommy had explained to him the year before at some length, but enough. Once, at nursery school, his friend Scott had pointed out a boy named Robin Stenger, who was moping around the swings with a face almost long enough to step on. Robin's father taught arithmetic at Daddy's school, and Scott's daddy taught history there. Most of the kids at the nursery school were associated either with Stovington Prep or with the small IBM plant just outside of town. The Prep kids chummed in one group, the IBM kids in another. There were cross-friendships, of course, but it was natural enough for the kids whose fathers knew each other to more or less stick together. When there was an adult scandal in one group, it almost always filtered down to the children in some wildly mutated form or other, but it rarely jumped to the other group. He and Scotty were sitting in the play rocket ship when Scotty jerked his thumb at Robin and said, "You know that kid?" "Yeah," Danny said. Scott leaned forward. "His dad lost his marbles last night. They took him away." "Yeah? Just for losing some marbles?" Scotty looked disgusted. "He went crazy. You know." Scott crossed his eyes, flopped out his tongue, and twirled his index fingers in large elliptical orbits around his ears. "They took him T-Rot to the bug house." "Wow," Danny said. "When will they let him come back?" Never, 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 Scotty said darkly. In the course of that day and the next, Danny heard that Mr. Stenger had tried to kill everybody in his family, including Robin, with his World War II souvenir pistol. B. Mr. Stenger ripped the house to pieces while he was stinko. C. Mr. Stenger had been discovered eating a bowl of dead bugs and grass like they were cereal and milk and crying while he did it. D. Mr. Stenger had tried to strangle his wife with a stocking when the Red Sox lost a big ball game. Finally, too troubled to keep it to himself, he had asked Daddy about Mr. Stenger. His daddy had taken him on his lap and had explained that Mr. Stenger had been under a great deal of strain, some of it about his family, and some about his job, and some of it about things that nobody but doctors could understand. He had been having crying fits, and 3 nights ago he had gotten crying and couldn't stop it, and had broken a lot of things in the Stenger home. It wasn't losing your marbles, Daddy said. It was having a breakdown, and Mr. Stenger wasn't in a bug house, but in a sanitarium. But despite Daddy's careful explanations, Danny was scared. There didn't seem to be any difference at all between losing your marbles and having a breakdown, and whether you called it a bug house or a sanitarium, there were still bars on the windows and they wouldn't let you out if you wanted to go. And his father, quite innocently, had confirmed another of Scotty's phrases unchanged, one that filled Danny with a vague and unformed dread. In the place where Mr. Stenger now lived, there were the men in the white coats. They came to get you in a truck with no windows, a truck that was gravestone gray. It rolled up to the curb in front of your house, and the men in the white coats got out and took you away from your family and made you live in a room with soft walls. And if you wanted to write home, you had to do it with Crayolas. When will they let him come back? Danny asked his father. Just as soon as he's better, Doc. But when will that be? Danny had persisted. Dan, Jack said, no one knows. And that was the worst of all. It was another way of saying never, never, never. A month later, Robin's mother took him out of nursery school, and they moved away from Stovington without Mr. Stenger. That had been over a year ago, after Daddy stopped taking the bad stuff, but before he had lost his job. Danny still thought about it often. Sometimes when he fell down or bumped his head or had a bellyache, he would begin to cry, and the memory would flash over him, accompanied by the fear that he would not be able to stop crying, that he would just go on, weeping and wailing, until his daddy went to the phone, dialed it, and said, "Hello, this is Jack Torrance at 149 Maple Line Way. My son here can't stop crying. Please send the men in the white coats T0, take him to the sanitarium. That's right, he's lost his marbles. Thank you." And the gray truck with no windows would come rolling up to his door. They would load him in, still weeping hysterically, and take him away. When would he see his mommy and daddy again? No one knows. It was this fear that had kept him silent. A year older, he was quite sure that his daddy and mommy wouldn't let him be taken away for thinking a fire hose was a snake. His rational mind was sure of that. But still, when he thought of telling them, that old memory rose up like a stone, filling his mouth and blocking words. It wasn't like Tony. Tony had always seemed perfectly natural, until the bad dreams, of course. And his parents had also seemed to accept Tony as a more or less natural phenomenon. Things like Tony came from being bright, which they both assumed he was, the same way they assumed they were bright. But a fire hose that turned into a snake, or seeing blood and brains on the wall of the presidential suite when no one else could, those things would not be natural. They had already taken him to see a regular doctor. Was it not reasonable to assume that the men in the white coats might come next? Still, he might have told them, except he was sure, sooner or later, that they would want to take him away from the hotel, and he wanted desperately to get away from the Overlook. But he also knew that this was his daddy's last chance, that he was here at the Overlook to do more than take care of the place. He was here to work on his papers, to get over losing his job, to love Mommy Wendy, and until very recently, it had seemed that all those things were happening. It was only lately that Daddy had begun to have trouble, since he found those papers. This inhuman place makes human monsters. What did that mean? He had prayed to God, but God hadn't told him. And what would Daddy do if he stopped working here? He had tried to find out from Daddy's mind and had become more and more convinced that Daddy didn't know. The strongest proof had come earlier this evening when Uncle Al had called his daddy up on the phone and said mean things, and Daddy didn't dare say anything back because Uncle Al could fire him from this job just the way that Mr. Crommert, the Stovington headmaster, and the board of directors had fired him from his school teaching job. And Daddy was scared to death of that, for him and Mommy as well as himself. So he didn't dare say anything. He could only watch helplessly and hope that there really weren't any Indians at all, or if there were, that they would be content to wait for bigger game and let their little 3-wagon train pass unmolested. But he couldn't believe it, no matter how hard he tried. Things were worse at the Overlook now. The snow was coming, and when it did, any poor options he had would be abrogated. And after the snow, what? What then? When they were shut in, and at the mercy of whatever might have only been toying with them before. Come out here and take your medicine. What then? Read rum. He shivered in his bed and turned over again. He could read more now. Tomorrow maybe he would try to call Tony. He would try to make Tony show him exactly what red rum was, and if there was any way he could prevent it. He would risk the nightmares. He had to know. Danny was still awake long after his parents' false sleep had become the real thing. He rolled in his bed, twisting the sheets, grappling with a problem years too big for him, awake in the night like a single sentinel on picket. And sometime after midnight he slept too, and then only the wind was awake, prying at the hotel and hooting in its gables under the bright gimlet gaze of the stars. In the truck, I see a bad moon arising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go round tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Someone had added a very old Buick car radio under the hotel truck's dashboard, and now, tinny and choked with static, the distinctive sound of John Fogerty's Creedence Clearwater Revival Band came out of the speaker. Wendy and Danny were on their way down to Sidewinder. The day was clear and bright. Danny was turning Jack's orange library card over and over in his hands and seemed cheerful enough, but Wendy thought he looked drawn and tired, as if he hadn't been sleeping enough and was going on nervous energy alone. The song ended and the disc jockey came on. Yeah, that's Creedence. And speaking of bad moon, it looks like it may be rising over the KMTX listening area before long, hard as it is to believe with the beautiful, spring-like weather we've enjoyed for the last 3 days. The KMTX Fearless. Forecaster says high pressure will give way by 1 o'clock this afternoon to a widespread low-pressure area which is just going to grind to a stop in our KMTX area, up where the air is rare. Temperatures will fall rapidly and precipitation should start around dusk. Elevations under 7,000 feet, including the Metro Denver area, can expect a mixture of sleet and snow, perhaps freezing on some roads and nothing but snow up here. 'Cause we're looking at 1 to 3 inches below. 7,000 and possible accumulations of 6 to 10 inches in central Colorado and on the slope. The Highway Advisory Board says that if you're planning to tour the mountains in your car this afternoon or tonight, you should remember that the chain law will be in effect. And don't go nowhere unless you have to. Remember, the announcer added jocularly, that's how the Donners got into trouble. They just weren't as close to the nearest 7-Eleven as they thought. A Clairol commercial came on, and Wendy reached down and snapped the radio off. You mind? That's okay. He glanced out at the sky, which was bright blue. Guess Daddy picked just the right day to trim those hedge animals, didn't he? I guess he did, Wendy said. Sure doesn't look much like snow, though, Danny added hopefully. Getting cold feet? Wendy asked. She was still thinking about that crack the disc jockey had made about the Donner party. Nah, I guess not. Well, she thought, this is the time. If you're going to bring it up, do it now, or forever. Hold your peace. Danny, she said, making her voice as casual as possible. Would you be happier if we went away from the Overlook? If we didn't stay the winter? Danny looked down at his hands. I guess so, he said. Yeah, but it's Daddy's job. Sometimes, she said carefully, I get the idea that Daddy might be happier away from the Overlook too. They passed a sign which read, Sidewinder 18 Me. and then she took the truck cautiously around a hairpin and shifted up into second. She took no chances on these downgrades. They scared her silly. "Do you really think so?" Danny asked. He looked at her with interest for a moment and then shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "Why not?" "Because he's worried about us," Danny said, choosing his words carefully. It was hard to explain. He understood so little of it himself. He found himself harking back to an incident he had told Mr. Halloran about. The big kid looking at department store TV sets and wanting to steal one. That had been distressing, but at least it had been clear what was going on, even to Danny, then little more than an infant. But grown-ups were always in a turmoil. Every possible action muddied over by thoughts of the consequences, by self-doubt, by self-image, by feelings of love and responsibility. Every possible choice seemed to have drawbacks, and sometimes he didn't understand why the drawbacks were drawbacks. It was very hard. "He thinks," Danny began again, and then looked at his mother quickly. She was watching the road, not looking at him, and he felt he could go on. "He thinks maybe we'll be lonely, and then he thinks that he likes it here and it's a good place for us. He loves us and doesn't want us to be lonely or sad. But he thinks even if we are, it might be okay in the long run." "Do you know long run?" She nodded. "Yes, dear, I do. He's worried that if we left, he couldn't get another job, that we'd have to beg or something." "Is that all?" "No, but the rest is all mixed up, because he's different now." "Yes," she said, almost sighing. The grade eased a little and she shifted cautiously back to third gear. "I'm not making this up, Mommy. Honest to God. I know that," she said, and smiled. "Did Tony tell you?" "No," he said. "I just know. That doctor didn't believe in Tony, did he?" "Never mind that doctor," she said. "I believe in Tony. I don't know what he is or who he is, if he's a part of you that's special, or if he comes from somewhere outside, but I do believe in him, Danny. And if you, think we should go, we will. The two of us will go and be together with Daddy again in the spring." He looked at her with sharp hope. "Where? A motel?" "Hon, we couldn't afford a motel. It would have to be at my mother's." The hope in Danny's face died out. "I know," he said, and stopped. "What?" "Nothing," he muttered. She shifted back to second as the grade steepened again. "No, Doc, please don't say that. This talk is something we should have had weeks ago, I think. So please, what is it you know? I won't be mad. I can't be mad, because this is too important. Talk straight to me." "I know how you feel about her," Danny said, and sighed. "How do I feel?" "Bad," Danny said, and then rhyming, sing-song, frightening her. "Bad, sad, mad. It's like she wasn't your mommy at all, like she wanted to eat you." He looked at her, frightened. "And I don't like it there. She's always thinking about how she would be better for me than you, and how she could get me away from you. Mommy, I don't want to go there. I'd rather be at the Overlook than there." Wendy was shaken. Was it that bad between her and her mother? God, what hell for the boy if it was, and he could really read their thoughts for each other. She suddenly felt more naked than naked, as if she had been caught in an obscene act. "All right," she said. "All right, Danny. You're mad at me," he said in a small, near-to-tears voice. "No, I'm not. Really, I'm not. I'm just sort of shook up." They were passing a Sidewinder 15 marriage sign, and Wendy relaxed a little. From here on in the road was better. "I want to ask you one more question, Danny. I want you to answer it as truthfully as you can. Will you do that?" "Yes, Mommy," he said, almost whispering. "Has your daddy been drinking again?" "No," he said, and smothered the two words that rose behind his lips after that simple negative. "Not yet." Wendy relaxed a little more. She put a hand on Danny's jeans-clad leg and squeezed it. "Your daddy has tried very hard," she said softly, "because he loves us, and we love him, don't we?" He nodded gravely. Speaking almost to herself, she went on. "He's not a perfect man, but he has tried. Danny, he's tried so hard. When he stopped, he went through a kind of hell. He's still going through it. I think, if it hadn't been for us, He would have just let go. I want to do what's right. And I don't know. Should we go? Stay? It's like a choice between the fat and the fire. I know. Would you do something for me, Doc? What? Try to make Tony come. Right now. Ask him if we're safe at the Overlook. I already tried, Danny said slowly. This morning. What happened? Wendy asked. What did he say? He didn't come, Danny said. Tony didn't come. And he suddenly burst into tears. Danny, she said, alarmed. Honey, don't do that. Please. The truck swerved across the double yellow line, and she pulled it back, scared. Don't take me to Grandma's, Danny said through his tears. Please, Mommy, I don't want to go there. I want to stay with Daddy. All right, she said softly. All right, that's what we'll do. She took a Kleenex out of the pocket of her Western-style shirt and handed it to him. We'll stay, and everything will be fine. Just fine. In the playground, Jack came out onto the porch, tugging the tab of his zipper up under his chin, blinking into the bright air. In his left hand, he was holding a battery-powered hedge clipper. He tugged a fresh handkerchief out of his back pocket with his right hand, wiped his lips with it, and tucked it away. Snow, they had said on the radio. It was hard to believe, even though he could see the clouds building up on the far horizon. He started down the path to the topiary, switching the hedge clipper over to the other hand. It wouldn't be a long job, he thought. A little touch-up would do it. The cold nights had surely stunted their growth. The rabbit's ears looked a little fuzzy, and 2 of the dog's legs had grown fuzzy green bone spurs, but the lion's and the buffalo looked fine. Just a little haircut would do the trick, and then let the snow come. The concrete path ended as abruptly as a diving board. He stepped off it and walked past the drained pool to the gravel path which wound through the hedge sculptures and into the playground itself. He walked over to the rabbit and pushed the button on the handle of the clippers. It hummed into quiet life. Hi, Br'er Rabbit, Jack said. How are you today? A little off the top and get some of the extra off your ears? Fine. Say, did you hear the one about the traveling salesman and the old lady with a pet poodle? His voice sounded unnatural and stupid in his ears, and he stopped. It occurred to him that he didn't care much for these hedge animals. It had always seemed slightly perverted to him to clip and torture a plain old hedge into something that it wasn't. Along one of the highways in Vermont there had been a hedge billboard on a high slope overlooking the road, advertising some kind of ice cream. Making nature peddle ice cream, that was just wrong. It was grotesque. You weren't hired to philosophize, Torrance. Ah, that was true, so true. He clipped along the rabbit's ears, brushing a small litter of sticks and twigs off onto the grass. The hedge clipper hummed in that low and rather disgustingly metallic way that all battery-powered appliances seem to have. The sun was brilliant, but it held no warmth, and now it wasn't so hard to believe that snow was coming. Working quickly, knowing that to stop and think when you were at this kind of a task usually meant making a mistake. Jack touched up the rabbit's face. Up this close, it didn't look like a face at all. But he knew that at a distance of 20 paces or so, light and shadow would seem to suggest one. That, and the viewer's imagination. And then zipped the clippers along its belly. That done, he shut the clippers off, walked down toward the playground, and then turned back abruptly to get it all at once. The entire rabbit. Yes, it looked all right. Well, he would do the dog next. But if it was my hotel, he said, I'd cut the whole damn bunch of you down. He would too. Just cut them down and resawed the lawn where they'd been, and put in 6 small metal tables with gaily colored umbrellas. People could have cocktails on the Overlook's lawn in the summer sun. Slogan fizzes and margaritas and pink ladies and all those sweet tourist drinks. A rum and tonic, maybe. Jack took his handkerchief out of his back pocket and slowly rubbed his lips with it. Come on, he said softly. That was nothing to be thinking about. He was going to start back, and then some impulse made him change his mind, and he went down to the playground instead. It was funny how you never knew kids, he thought. He and Wendy had expected Danny would love the playground. It had everything a kid could want. But Jack didn't think the boy had been down 6 times, if that. He supposed if there had been another kid to play with, it would have been different. The gate squeaked slightly as he let himself in, and then there was crushed gravel crunching under his feet. He went first to the playhouse, the perfect scale model of the Overlook itself. It came up to his lower thigh, just about Danny's height when he was standing up. Jack hunkered down and looked in the third-floor windows. "The giant has come to eat you all up in your beds," he said hollowly. "Kiss your AAA rating goodbye." But that wasn't funny either. You could open the house simply by pulling it apart. It opened on a hidden hinge. The inside was a disappointment. The walls were painted, but the place was mostly hollow. But of course it would have to be, he told himself, or how else could the kids get inside? What play furniture might go with the place in the summer was gone, probably packed away in the equipment shed. He closed it up and heard the small click as the latch closed. He walked over to the slide, set the hedge clipper down, and after a glance back at the driveway to make sure Wendy and Danny hadn't returned, he climbed to the top and sat down. This was the big kid's slide, but the fit was still uncomfortably tight for his grown-up ass. How long had it been since he had been on a slide? 20 years? It didn't seem possible it could be that long. It didn't feel that long, but it had to be that, or more. He could remember his old man taking him to the park in Berlin when he had been Danny's age, and he had done the whole bit slide, swings, teeter-totters, everything. He and the old man would have a hot dog lunch and buy peanuts from the man with the cart afterward. They would sit on a bench to eat them, and dusky clouds of pigeons would flock around their feet. "Goddamn scavenger birds," his dad would say. "Don't you feed them?" Jackie. But they would both end up feeding them, and giggling at the way they ran after the nuts, the greedy way they ran after the nuts. Jack didn't think the old man had ever taken his brothers to the park. Jack had been his favorite, and even so, Jack had taken his lumps when the old man was drunk, which was a lot of the time. But Jack had loved him for as long as he was able, long after the rest of the family could only hate and fear him. He pushed off with his hands and went to the bottom, but the trip was unsatisfying. The slide, unused, had too much friction and no really pleasant speed could be built up. And his ass was just too big. His adult feet thumped into the slight dip where thousands of children's feet had landed before him. He stood up, brushed at the seat of his pants, and looked at the hedge clipper. But instead of going back to it, he went to the swings, which were also a disappointment. The chains had built up rust since the close of the season, and they squealed like things in pain. Jack promised himself he would oil them in the spring. "You better stop it," he advised himself. "You're not a kid anymore. You don't need this place to prove it." But he went on to the cement rings. They were too small for him, and he passed them up and then to the security fence which marked the edge of the grounds. He curled his fingers through the links and looked through, the sun cross-hatching shadow lines on his face like a man behind bars. He recognized the similarity himself, and he shook the chain link, put a harried expression on his face, and whispered, "Let me out of here. Let me out of here!" But for the third time, not funny. It was time to get back to work. That was when he heard the sound behind him. He turned around quickly, frowning, embarrassed, wondering if someone had seen him fooling around down here in kiddie country. His eyes ticked off the slides, the opposing angles of the seesaws, the swings in which only the wind sat. Beyond all that, to the gate and the low fence that divided the playground from the lawn and the topiary. The lions gathered protectively around the path, the rabbit bent over as if to crop grass, the buffalo ready to charge the crouching dog. Beyond them, the putting green and the hotel itself. From here he could even see the raised lip of the Roque Court on the Overlook's western side. Everything was just as it had been. So why had the flesh of his face and hands begun to creep? And why had the hair along the back of his neck begun to stand up, as if the flesh back there had suddenly tightened? He squinted up at the hotel again, but that was no answer. It simply stood there, its windows dark, a tiny thread of smoke curling from the chimney, coming from the banked fire in the lobby. "Buster, you better get going, or they're going to come back and wonder if you were doing anything all the while." "Sure, get going." Because the snow was coming and he had to get the damn hedges trimmed. It was part of the agreement. Besides, they wouldn't dare. Who wouldn't? What wouldn't? Dare do what? He began to walk back toward the hedge clipper at the foot of the big kid's slide, and the sound of his feet crunching on the crushed stone seemed abnormally loud. Now the flesh on his testicles had begun to creep too, and his buttocks felt hard and heavy, like stone. Jesus, what is this? He stopped by the hedge clipper, but made no move to pick it up. Yes, there was something different. In the topiary, and it was so simple, so easy to see, that he just wasn't picking it up. "Come on," he scolded himself. "You just trimmed the fucking rabbit, so what's the—" "That's it." His breath stopped in his throat. The rabbit was down on all fours, cropping grass. Its belly was against the ground. But not 10 minutes ago it had been up on its hind legs. Of course it had been. He had trimmed its ears. And its belly. His eyes darted to the dog. When he had come down the path it had been sitting up, as if begging for a sweet. Now it was crouched, head tilted, the clipped wedge of mouth seeming to snarl silently. And the lions, oh no, baby, oh no, no way. The lions were closer to the path. The two on his right had subtly changed positions, had drawn closer together. The tail of the one on the left now almost jutted out over the path. When he had come past them and through the gate, that lion had been on the right, and he was quite sure its tail had been curled around it. They were no longer protecting the path. They were blocking it. Jack put his hand suddenly over his eyes and then took it away. The picture didn't change. A soft sigh, too quiet to be a groan, escaped him. In his drinking days, he had always been afraid of something like this happening. But when you were a heavy drinker, you called it the DT's good old Ray Milland in Lost Weekend, seeing the bugs coming out of the walls. What did you call it when you were cold sober? The question was meant to be rhetorical, but his mind answered it. You call it insanity, nevertheless. Staring at the hedge animals, he realized something had changed while he had his hand over his eyes. The dog had moved closer. No longer crouching, it seemed to be in a running posture, haunches flexed, one front leg forward, the other back. The hedge mouth yawned wider. The pruned sticks looked sharp and vicious. And now he fancied he could see faint eye indentations in the greenery as well. Looking at him. Why do they have to be trimmed? He thought hysterically. They're perfect. Another soft sound. He involuntarily backed up a step when he looked at the lions. One of the two on the right seemed to have drawn slightly ahead of the other. Its head was lowered. One paw had stolen almost all the way to the low fence. Dear God, what next? Next, it leaps over and gobbles you up like something in an evil nursery fable. It was like that game they had played when they were kids, Red Light. One person was it, and while he turned his back and counted to 10, the other players crept forward. When it got to 10, he whirled around, and if he caught anyone moving, they were out of the game. The others remained frozen in statue postures until it turned his back and counted again. They got closer and closer, and at last, somewhere between 5 and 10, you would feel a hand on your back. Gravel rattled on the path. He jerked his head around to look at the dog, and it was halfway down the pathway, just behind the lions now, its mouth wide and yawning. Before it had only been a hedge clipped in the general shape of a dog, something that lost all definition when you got up close to it. But now Jack could see that it had been clipped to look like a German shepherd, and shepherds could be mean. You could train shepherds to kill. A low rustling sound. The lion on the left had advanced all the way to the fence now. Its muzzle was touching the boards. It seemed to be grinning at him. Jack backed up another 2 steps. His head was thudding crazily, and he could feel the dry rasp of his breath in his throat. Now the buffalo had moved, circling to the right, behind and around the rabbit. The head was lowered, the green hedge horns pointing at him. The thing was, you couldn't watch all of them. Not all at once. He began to make a whining sound, unaware in his locked concentration that he was making any sound at all. His eyes darted from one hedge creature to the next, trying to see them move. The wind gusted, making a hungry rattling sound in the close matted branches. What kind of sound would there be if they got him? But of course he knew. A snapping, rending, breaking sound. It would be, no, I will not believe this, not at all. He clapped his hands over his eyes, clutching at his hair, his forehead, his throbbing temples. And he stood like that for a long time, dread building until he could stand it no longer, and he pulled his hands away with a cry. By the putting green, the dog was sitting up, as if begging for a scrap. The buffalo was gazing with disinterest back toward the Roque court, as it had been when Jack had come down with the clippers. The rabbit stood on its hind legs, ears up to catch the faintest sound, freshly clipped belly exposed. The lions, rooted into place, stood beside the path. He stood frozen for a long time, the harsh breath in his throat finally slowing. He reached for his cigarettes and shook 4 of them out onto the gravel. He stooped down and picked them up, groped for them, never taking his eyes from the topiary for fear the animals would begin to move again. He picked them up, stuffed 3 carelessly back into the pack, and lit the 4th. After 2 deep drags, he dropped it and crushed it out. He went to the hedge clipper and picked it up. "I'm very tired," he said, and now it seemed okay to talk out loud. It didn't seem crazy at all. I've been under a strain. The wasps, the play, Al calling me like that, but it's all right. He began to trudge back up to the hotel. Part of his mind tugged fretfully at him, tried to make him detour around the hedge animals, but he went directly up the gravel path, through them. A faint breeze rattled through them, that was all. He had imagined the whole thing. He had had a bad scare, but it was over now. In the Overlook's kitchen, he paused to take 2 Excedrin and then went downstairs and looked at papers until he heard the dim sound of the hotel truck rattling into the driveway. He went up to meet them. He felt all right. He saw no need to mention his hallucination. He'd had a bad scare, but it was over now. Snow. It was dusk. They stood on the porch in the fading light, Jack in the middle, his left arm around Danny's shoulders and his right arm around Wendy's waist. Together they watched as the decision was taken out of their hands. The sky had been completely clouded over by 2:30, and it had begun to snow an hour later. And this time you didn't need a weatherman to tell you it was serious snow, no flurry that was going to melt or blow away when the evening wind started to whoop. At first it had fallen in perfectly straight lines, building up a snow cover that coated everything evenly. But now, an hour after it had started, the wind had begun to blow from the northwest and the snow had begun to drift against the porch and the sides of the Overlook's driveway. Beyond the grounds, the highway had disappeared under an even blanket of white. The hedge animals were also gone, but when Wendy and Danny had gotten home, she had commended him on the good job he had done. "Do you think so?" he had asked and said no more. Now the hedges were buried under amorphous white cloaks. Curiously, all of them were thinking different thoughts but feeling the same emotion: relief. The bridge had been crossed. "Will it ever be spring?" Wendy murmured. Jack squeezed her tighter. "Before you know it. What do you say we go in and have some supper? It's cold out here," she smiled. All afternoon Jack had seemed distant and, well, odd. Now he sounded more like his normal self. "Fine by me. How about you, Danny?" "Sure." So they went in together, leaving the wind to build to the low-pitched scream that would go on all night, a sound they would get to know well. Flakes of snow swirled and danced across the porch. The Overlook faced it as it had for nearly 3/4 of a century, its darkened windows now bearded with snow, indifferent to the fact that it was now cut off from the world. Or possibly it was pleased with the prospect. Inside its shell, the 3 of them went about their early evening routine, like microbes trapped in the intestine of a monster. Inside, it was 17. A week and a half later, 2 feet of snow lay, white and crisp and even on the grounds of the Overlook Hotel. The hedge menagerie was buried up to its haunches. The rabbit, frozen on its hind legs, seemed to be rising from a white pool. Some of the drifts were over 5 feet deep. The wind was constantly changing them, sculpting them into sinuous, dune-like shapes. Twice Jack had snowshoed clumsily around to the equipment shed for his shovel to clear the porch. The third time he shrugged, simply cleared a path through the towering drift lying against the door, and let Danny amuse himself by sledding to the right and left of the path. The truly heroic drifts lay against the Overlook's west side. Some of them towered to a height of 20 feet, and beyond them, the ground was scoured bare to the grass by the constant wind flow. The first-floor windows were covered, and the view from the dining room which Jack had so admired on closing day was now no more exciting than a view of a blank movie screen. Their phone had been out for the last 8 days, and the CB radio in Ullman's office was now their only communications link with the outside world. It snowed every day now, sometimes only brief flurries that powdered the glittering snow crust, sometimes for real, the low whistle of the wind cranking up to a womanish shriek that made the old hotel rock and groan alarmingly even in its deep cradle of snow. Night temperatures had not gotten above 10°, and although the thermometer by the kitchen service entrance sometimes got as high as 25 degrees in the early afternoons, the steady knife edge of the wind made it uncomfortable to go out without a ski mask. But they all did go out on the days when the sun shone, usually wearing 2 sets of clothing and mittens on over their gloves. Getting out was almost a compulsive thing. The hotel was circled with the double track of Danny's flexible flyer. The permutations were nearly endless, Danny riding while his parents pulled, Daddy riding and laughing while Wendy and Danny tried to pull. It was just possible for them to pull him on the icy crust, and flatly impossible when powder covered it. Danny and Mommy riding, Wendy riding by herself while her menfolk pulled and puffed white vapor like dray horses, pretending she was heavier than she was. They laughed a great deal on these sled excursions around the house, But the whooping and impersonal voice of the wind, so huge and hollowly sincere, made their laughter seem tinny and forced. They had seen caribou tracks in the snow, and once the caribou themselves, a group of 5 standing motionlessly below the security fence. They had all taken turns with Jack's Zeiss Icon binoculars to see them better, and looking at them had given Wendy a weird, unreal feeling. They were standing leg-deep in the snow that covered the highway, and it came to her that between now and the spring thaw, the road belonged more to the caribou than it did to them. Now the things that men had made up here were neutralized. The caribou understood that, she believed. She had put the binoculars down and had said something about starting lunch, and in the kitchen she had cried a little, trying to rid herself of the awful pent-up feeling that sometimes fell on her like a large pressing hand over her heart. She thought of the caribou. She thought of the wasps Jack had put out on the service entrance platform under the Pyrex bowl to freeze. There were plenty of snowshoes hung from nails in the equipment shed, and Jack found a pair to fit each of them, although Danny's pair was quite a bit outsized. Jack did well with them. Although he had not snowshoed since his boyhood in Berlin, New Hampshire, he retaught himself quickly. Wendy didn't care much for it. Even 15 minutes of tramping around on the outsized laced paddles made her legs and ankles ache outrageously. But Danny was intrigued and working hard to pick up the knack. He still fell often, but Lack was pleased with his progress. He said that by February Danny would be skipping circles around both of them. This day was overcast, and by noon the sky had already begun to spit snow. The radio was promising another 8 to 12 inches and chanting hosannas to precipitation, that great god of Colorado skiers. Wendy, sitting in the bedroom and knitting a scarf, thought to herself that she knew exactly what the skiers could do with all that snow. She knew exactly where they could put it. Jack was in the cellar. He had gone down to check the furnace and boiler. Such checks had become a ritual with him since the snow had closed them in. And after satisfying himself that everything was going well, he had wandered through the arch, screwed the light bulb on, and had seated himself in an old and cobwebby camp chair he had found. He was leafing through the old records and papers, constantly wiping his mouth with his handkerchief as he did so. Confinement had bleached his skin of its autumn tan, and as he sat hunched over the yellowed, crackling sheets, his reddish blonde hair tumbling untidily over his forehead, he looked slightly lunatic. He had found some odd things tucked in among the invoices, bills of lading, receipts. Disquieting things. A bloody strip of sheeting, a dismembered teddy bear that seemed to have been slashed to pieces, a crumpled sheet of Violet Lady's stationery, a ghost of perfume still clinging to it beneath the musk of age, a note begun and left unfinished in faded blue ink. Dearest Tommy, I can't think so well up here as I'd hoped about us. I mean, of course, who else? Ha, ha, things keep getting in the way. I've had strange dreams about things going bump in the night. Can you believe that? And that was all. The note was dated June 27, 1934. He found a hand puppet that seemed to be either a witch or a warlock. Something with long teeth and a pointy hat at any rate. It had been improbably tucked between a bundle of natural gas receipts and a bundle of receipts for Vichy water. And something that seemed to be a poem, scribbled on the back of a menu in dark pencil. Medoc, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. The plants are moving under the rug. No date on the menu, and no name on the poem, if it was a poem. Elusive but fascinating. It seemed to him that these things were like pieces in a jigsaw, things that would eventually fit together if he could find the right linking pieces. And so he kept looking, jumping and wiping his lips every time the furnace roared into life behind him. Danny was standing outside room 217 again. The passkey was in his pocket. He was staring at the door with a kind of drugged avidity, and his upper body seemed to twitch and jiggle beneath his flannel shirt. He was humming softly and tunelessly. He hadn't wanted to come here, not after the fire hose. He was scared to come here. He was scared that he had taken the passkey again, disobeying his father. He had wanted to come here. Curiosity killed the cat. Satisfaction brought him back, was like a constant fishhook in his brain, a kind of nagging siren song that would not be appeased. And hadn't Mr. Halloran said, I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you? You promised. Promises were made to be broken. He jumped at that. It was as if that thought had come from outside, insectile, buzzing, softly cajoling. Promises were made to be broken, my dear Redrum, to be broken, splintered, shattered, hammered apart, for. His nervous humming broke into low atonal song. Lou, Lou, skip to Malou, skip to Malou, my darlin'. Hadn't Mr. Halloran been right? Hadn't that been, in the end, the reason why he had kept silent and allowed the snow to close them in? Just close your eyes and it will be gone. What he had seen in the presidential suite had gone away, and the snake had only been a fire hose that had fallen onto the rug. Yes, even the blood in the presidential suite had been harmless, something old, something that had happened long before he was born or even thought of, something that was done with. Like a movie that only he could see. There was nothing, really nothing in this hotel that could hurt him, and if he had to prove that to himself by going into this room, shouldn't he do so?
Lou, skip to Malou.
Curiosity killed the cat, my dear Redrum, my dear. Satisfaction brought him back safe and sound from toes to crown. From head to ground, he was safe and sound. He knew that those things are like scary pictures. They can't hurt you, but oh my God. What big teeth you have, Grandma, and is that a wolf in a bluebeard suit or a bluebeard in a wolf suit? And I'm so glad you asked, because curiosity killed that cat, and it was the hope of satisfaction that brought him. Up the hall, treading softly over the blue and twisting jungle carpet. He had stopped by the fire extinguisher, had put the brass nozzle back in the frame, and then had poked it repeatedly with his finger, heart-thumping, whispering, "Come on and hurt me. Come on and hurt me, you cheap prick. Can't do it, can you, huh? You're nothing but a cheap fire hose. Can't do nothing but lie there. Come on, come on." He had felt insane with bravado, and nothing had happened. It was only a hose, after all, only canvas and brass. You could hack it to pieces and it would never complain, never twist and jerk and bleed green slime all over the blue carpet, because it was only a hose, not a nose and not a rose, not glass buttons or satin bows, not a snake in a sleepy doze. And he had hurried on because he was late. "I'm late," said the white rabbit. The white rabbit. Yes. Now there was a white rabbit out by the playground. Once it had been green, but now it was white. As if something had shocked it repeatedly on the snowy, windy nights and turned it old. Danny took the passkey from his pocket and slid it into the lock. Danny took the passkey from his pocket and slid it into the lock. "Lou, Lou!" The white rabbit had been on its way to a croquet party, to the Red Queen's croquet party, storks for mallets, hedgehogs for halls. He touched the key, let his fingers wander over it. His head felt dry and sick. He turned the key and the tumblers thumped back smoothly. Off with his head. Off with his head. Off with his head. This game isn't croquet, though the mallets are too short. This game is. Whack, boom. Straight through the wicket. Off with his heed. Danny pushed the door open. It swung smoothly, without a creak. He was standing just outside a large combination bed-sitting room, and although the snow had not reached up this far, the highest drifts were still a foot below the second floor. Windows, the room was dark because Daddy had closed all the shutters on the western exposure 2 weeks ago. He stood in the doorway, fumbled to his right, and found the switch plate. 2 bulbs and an overhead cut-glass fixture came on. Danny stepped further in and looked around. The rug was deep and soft, a quiet rose color, soothing, a double bed with a white coverlet. A writing desk. Pray tell me, why is a raven like a writing desk? By the large shuttered window. During the season, the constant writer, having a wonderful time, wish you were fear, would have a pretty view of the mountains to describe to the folks back home. He stepped further in. Nothing here, nothing at all. Only an empty room, cold because Daddy was heating the east wing today. A bureau, a closet, its door open to reveal a clutch of hotel hangers, the kind you can't steal. A Gideon Bible on an end table. To his left was the bathroom door, a full-length mirror on it reflecting his own white-faced image. That door was ajar, and he watched his double nod slowly. Yes, that's where it was, whatever it was. In there, in the bathroom. His double walked forward, as if to escape the glass. It put its hand out, pressed it against his own. Then it fell away at an angle as the bathroom door swung open. He looked in. A long room, old-fashioned, like a Pullman car. Tiny white hexagonal tiles on the floor. At the far end, a toilet with the lid up. At the right, a wash basin and another mirror above it, the kind that hides a medicine cabinet. To the left, a huge white tub on claw feet, the shower curtain pulled closed. Danny stepped into the bathroom and walked toward the tub dreamily, as if propelled from outside himself. as if this whole thing were one of the dreams Tony had brought him, that he would perhaps see something nice when he pulled the shower curtain back. Something Daddy had forgotten, or Mommy had lost. Something that would make them both happy. So he pulled the shower curtain back. The woman in the tub had been dead for a long time. She was bloated and purple, her gas-filled belly rising out of the cold, ice-rimmed water like some fleshy island. Her eyes were fixed on Danny's, glassy and huge, like marbles. She was grinning, her purple lips pulled back in a grimace. Her breasts lolled, her pubic hair floated. Her hands were frozen on the knurled porcelain sides of the tub like crab claws. Danny shrieked, but the sound never escaped his lips. Turning inward and inward, it fell down in his darkness like a stone in a well. He took a single blundering step backward, bearing his heels clack on the white hexagonal tiles, and at the same moment his urine broke, spilling effortlessly out of him. The woman was sitting up. Still grinning, her huge marble eyes fixed on him, she was sitting up. Her dead palms made squittering noises on the porcelain. Her breasts swayed like ancient cracked punching bags. There was the minute sound of breaking ice shards. She was not breathing. She was a corpse, and dead long years. Danny turned and ran, bolting through the bathroom door, his eyes starting from their sockets, his hair on end like the hair of a hedgehog about to be turned into a sacrificial, croquet, or rogue, ball, his mouth open and soundless. He ran full tilt into the outside door of 217, which was now closed. He began hammering on it, far beyond realizing that it was unlocked, and he had only to turn the knob to let himself out. His mouth pealed forth deafening screams that were beyond human auditory range. He could only hammer on the door and hear the dead woman coming for him, bloated belly, dry hair, outstretched hands, something that had lain slain in that tub for perhaps years, embalmed there in magic. The door would not open, would not. And then the voice of Dick Halloran came to him, so sudden and unexpected, so calm, that his locked vocal cords opened and he began to cry weakly, not with fear but with blessed relief. I don't think they can hurt you. They're like pictures in a book. Close your eyes and they'll be gone. His eyelids snapped down, his hands curled into balls, his shoulders hunched with the effort of his concentration. Nothing there. Nothing there, not there at all. Nothing there, there is nothing. Time passed. And he was just beginning to relax, just beginning to realize that the door must be unlocked and he could go, when the year's damp, bloated, fish-smelling hands closed softly around his throat, and he was turned implacably around to stare into that dead and purple face.